gentlemen, please take their seats. We're going to start the meeting on time. What day it is? Give me the exact time. Okay, 7:30. Let me know when it's 7:30. He is, yeah. $7:30. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Today is Monday, August 3rd, 2026. We welcome you to the August meeting of the Milford Board of Aldermen. Please join me as we salute our flag. Madam Secretary, will you please take the roll?
Alderman Ali.
Present.
Alderman Bannon.
Here.
Alderman Bevan.
Here.
Alderman Brennan.
Here.
Alderman Casey.
Here.
Alderman Federico.
Here.
Alderman Fowler.
Here.
Alderman Healy.
Here.
Alderman Height.
Here.
Alderman Lombardi.
Here.
Alderman Pacelli.
Alderman Pacelli would like to be excused, Madam Secretary.
Thank you. Alderman Michael Smith. Here. Alderman Winthrop Smith Jr.
Here.
Alderman Winthrop Smith III.
Here.
Alderman Vitro.
Here.
14 are present.
14 present. We do have a quorum. The next portion of the meeting is devoted to public comment. Public comment statements are strictly limited to the legislative function of the Board of Aldermen. Please use every effort to limit public speaking to the permissible business of the Board of Aldermen. The time limit granted to each speaker shall be 3 minutes. And just to remind you, I'm going to have to hold you to that because there's a lot of speakers going to be here tonight, so we're going to have to stop it at 3 minutes maximum. Residents, taxpayers, and electors may address the board. The board encourages speakers not to express derogatory, insensitive, or offensive statements or to engage in personal attacks against individuals. Please keep in mind that the structure of our meeting does not allow for our two-way dialogue or to answer any of your questions. Residents can contact your district alderman by phone or email regarding any issue or concern. We welcome and appreciate your comments and concerns regarding city business and community matters, and all will be taken into consideration. Anyone wishing to address the board can do so at this time. To allow everyone an opportunity to speak, I remind you again to please limit your comments to 3 minutes. Please begin by clearly stating your name and address for the record. In the interest of time, if your point or points have been made by previous speakers, please consider holding your comment, but know either way you are welcome to come forward to speak. Thank you. You could start.
Good evening. My name is Rachel Merva, and I am a resident of 90 Dart Hill Road in District 1. I am here tonight not on the DFLOC Milford, but on this community development block grant funding that's on the agenda tonight as 8B, new business. I am urging the board to fully support this allocation of $512,885. As a member of the Housing Partnership Committee in Milford, we reviewed multiple grant requests that ultimately exceeded the expected amount of award dollars by over $300,000. All of the grant allocations specified in the presentation you'll see tonight are intended to benefit low and moderate income residents in Milford through after-school scholarships, emergency meals and community kitchen operations, shelter services, emergency rent and mortgage payment assistance, home repairs, crisis hotline support, literacy center staffing, and ADA sidewalks. The CDBG program has a track record of success. Annual reporting shows the actual number of people helped with CDBG funding exceeds what was estimated. Our nonprofits and city departments roll up their sleeves every day to find ways to stretch these dollars, even when there's never enough to go around. My friend Amanda is a lifelong Milford resident. She was so proud to move out of her parents' home into a condo in Milford after saving for years to afford it. She works with special needs clients and has a heart of gold, working multiple jobs with long hours. In fact, she's working tonight, or she would be here with me to stand up and testify. Due to physical disability that's gotten worse with the long hours, she's falling getting in and out of her bathtub and needs to make some modifications to make it safer. She's also gotten an assessment for a $9,000 roof replacement. She's been cutting into her savings for a while now and cannot afford either the repairs or the assessment. In Amanda's words to me earlier today, she says, "I'm risking everything to be independent and functional. If my condition flares up again, I have a less than 2% chance of getting better and walking again." My friend Amanda is just one of the tough and determined residents that make up the 30% of total cost-burdened people in our city, struggling to stay here where their family and friends and connections are. The intent of the CDBG program is to be that safety net for Amanda and others like her through the various programs being funded. What happens to Amanda without these funds? Please approve this resolution. Thank you.
Good evening, Chairman Vitro. I'm Danielle Rhea, 18 Pearl Street, Silver Beach. I'm here in two regards. One is the golf carts on our streets. I've left packets for each one of you as a board to review of the cities that have allowed it, and also information on the low-speed vehicles from the country, all the states that approve it, and it's all basically left to the municipalities for next month's meeting, so you can be educated on it as well. And it gives all the towns again. And also, I'm also here for the flock cameras too. I'm for and against the flock cameras. I'm for it because it helps solve a murder in my neighborhood on East Broadway, but I think they're just collecting too much private information on our residents. Thank you.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Kevin L. Kilgore. I live at 68 Cornfield Road. I've been in Milford for over 40 years. I have never gotten a ticket in Milford. This 4th of July weekend, in fact, I got two. Same location, Gulf Street and New Haven Avenue. I'm a semi-retired electrician, and I do go out and do service calls. The ticket was doing 35 and a 25. I have family members that are in law enforcement, many friends. They all said they wouldn't have gave out a ticket with that speed. Today, our cars are safer than they used to be. I believe the limits today are outdated. Cars are much more safer. My pickup truck does better in gas mileage doing 35 than it does its 25. I'd just like you to know I'm not a Facebook person, but I did go online and made a post about the cameras, and they're bogus. How about I got over 46,000 hits? Most of them were complaining about it. One woman said, "I love Milford, I love to come here, and I love to dine, and I love to shop here. I ain't coming here anymore." Now I go on the website to pay my ticket, but for some reason it doesn't make it that easy to dispute it. So I leave my name and phone number there, but I never get a call back after 3 weeks. We definitely need to do something about the system, make it a little more fair, raise the limits. I could see it in school zones when schools are open. We have to use our common sense. Again, remember, 46,000 people are very upset. I think you guys need to look into this matter. Again, I get a text yesterday Suffolk County, New York, made $45,000 for illegal red light camera fees. They're getting rid of them, but they took in $91 million. Is that what Milford's trying to do? Just take more money from us taxpayers? Sooner or later, we had enough. We're not going to start voting you people back into office. It just doesn't make sense to me that this is a way you're going to make money. So I think you guys should think about it and do something about it. Thank you for your time.
You need to be as close to the microphone as possible. That's the acoustic. That is the acoustics in this auditorium. But the best reception is to just talk.
Hey, how you doing? My name's Tristan Haller, 75 Peak Avenue. I am here because I'm against the Flock ALRP program currently running in the city. I've raised this issue before at previous Board of Aldermen meetings and through email with some of you guys. Some of you guys at this point in the spring didn't know what they were, how they worked, and you guys put me in contact with Chief Mello. He did a great job. He was very transparent and forthright, built real trust with me. Then he released his letter yesterday, and all that trust was gone. He didn't mention that a citizen, me, alerted the city to a problem. There was data that was released on a Monday. I was doing research for the Board of Finance meeting. I was trying to wrap my head around all this. On Monday, there was data there. On a Wednesday, there wasn't. I came and spoke to you guys about it. And to be fair, everybody did everything right. You know, Chief did everything, the city did everything, you guys were all on top of it. And I appreciated that, it was great, but I'm still not sold on this. The real issue is that these cameras are most likely in violation of the Fourth Amendment, okay? There are two Supreme Court cases. They deal mostly with cell phone data, Carpenter versus United States and Chattery versus United States. They both point in the direction where this is probably going to end up. Connecticut's new state law, it's a compromise. It's not a solution. The issue at hand is the searchable database. You know, we got to get these cameras out of here. In March, I filed a Freedom of Information request. This is my flock data. This is crazy. What are we doing? I'm traveling around the city and you got me 168 times. I haven't done anything wrong. What are we doing? Right? Why does the city need this information on me? All right? I haven't committed a crime. I just want to be clear. I'm not anti-camera. You know, they're here. They're in the building. I have one here. The issue is the searchable database. You know, it's 30 days of my movement and everybody else that's in here, yours included. It's just sitting there and can be queried at will. You know, I know there are rules within the department, but for the most part, it's there. It can be searched, right? That's an unreasonable search, in my opinion. The expectation of privacy in public doesn't hold up when you're dragnetting the entire city into a searchable database. So I'm against this kind of surveillance program from Flock or any company that puts residents into a searchable database. And you guys should be too. So I'm asking you not to renew the contract, turn them off, not to enter any new contracts with any other similar company. I appreciate it. Thank you for your time.
Good evening, Chairman Vitro, members of the board, and I'd especially like to say a special good evening on behalf of the houses. Good evening, everyone. especially on behalf of the Houses of Parliament and the newly elected Minister to Scotland, Win Daddy. We have nicknamed you that, and we are majorly a fan.
Excuse me, could you give your name and address first?
Sorry.
So all speakers that come up, if you can please give your name and address, and just, we are very happy with the turnout we have here this evening, and it's very important that everyone, if we can maintain the decorum, that, you know, without being too boisterous, you'll be able to hear. There is a system, this whole speaker system is being replaced. They're gonna talk into the mic. Just speak into the mic and we'll be good. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate the comment. My name is Bridget Baxter. I live at 56 Bray Ave. I came to live in Milford because I came here on vacation 40 years ago and have been a Milford resident. I'm not here about the flock cameras. My concern is that I do have some notes that I'd like to address. I'm here to ask for maybe not clarification, because I appreciate that this isn't a two-way dialogue. Before residents engage with any elected official, board, commission, or public hearing, I ask that the assessor's office a simple administrative question. I asked, who is the Board of Assessment Appeals ADA Accommodation Coordinator? He did not answer that question. It became an email chain back and forth where he copied in, and we did just pass the budget and discuss salaries. There were multiple paralegals and attorneys, and he directed that I ask, and the city attorney has said publicly in these hearings that he is not here to advise the public. He is here as in representation, legal representation of the city of Milford. So what I took out of that was just go away and don't worry about it. And I have a right, as a resident of Milford for 40 years, for meaningful participation on my behalf when it comes a property tax assessment appeal, which I did. I struggled. I had to make several trips, drive to the assessor's office with a cast in the snow, of course, uphill both ways. And it was very much brushed off. Title II and Title III actually depict that there should be ADA accommodations. There should at least be a coordinator. And to this date, none have been identified to me. I was not directed, and I think that every person in public office who is an elected official should know the answer to my question. I appreciate, through you, Mr. Chairman, to the rest of the board. I am very much a fan. I have watched, driven my husband to ad nauseum, how many times I have watched these hearings. I'm the last person who logs out when they finish. I'm still there when there are only 2 viewers. But thank you. I really do hope that just for the future, people with disabilities, be they visible or not, sometimes it's not as obvious as you might think. I mean, mine pretty much was. I couldn't even hold a pen and had to thumb through voluminous amounts of pieces of paper. Holding a piece of paper is harder for me than a shovel. But I appreciate the opportunity to speak tonight, and I will hopefully share this video back to the House of Commons.
Good evening. I'm Sarah Wood of 198 Gulf Street. I want to begin by saying that I respect Milford's police officers and the difficult work that they do. I have lived or worked in 6 major American cities and 1 abroad. I've also worked along senior government officials. I understand that some circumstances require targeted security, but targeted surveillance begins with evidence and a specific threat, not cameras across the city recording everyone who passes. Milford's license plate readers record every passing vehicle, then allow government to search that record later. We have been told these cameras are about safety. Milford reports that speed camera warnings fell roughly 50% during that warning period. That's encouraging, but a speed camera does not physically stop the speeding car in front of it or before it reaches a child. It records the violation and mails a citation later. The flock condors, they go further, offering live and recorded video, remote pan, tilt, zoom controls, and people detection alerts. At Gulf Beach, I counted 4 condors alongside 1 Falcon plate reader. That goes far beyond traffic enforcement. Rolling these systems out together without clearly explaining their differences has left residents unsure what each does or how they connect. If roads are dangerous, use traffic calming, safer crosswalks, better lighting, improved road designs, or targeted patrols. We've been told that Flock focuses on stolen vehicles, violent criminals, and missing people, but Milford's portal has shown searches labeled failed to yield, training, test, suspicious activity, anonymous tip, suspicious mail. That is broader than the narrow description residents were given. That is mission creep. We've been told to trust the safeguards, but Milford's public ALPR policy is version 1, dated March 2026, months after the readers began operating. The city's real-time information center page links to that policy in Flock's portals, but not the contracts, procurement records, or a complete audit trail. Flock's current networks log redact officers' identities and search filters. Connecticut has since enacted stronger restrictions, including a 21-day retention limit beginning October 1st. Those protections are welcome if oversight introduced after surveillance begins is not public consent. Whether it is 30 days or 21 weeks of innocent people's movements are still weeks of innocent people's movements. We have been told these programs cost taxpayers nothing, but Flock is a city-contracted system. While Ultimate says its traffic camera program is funded through citations, the first speed camera violation is $50, later violations are $75, with an electric payment fee added up to $15. The costs didn't disappear, they were divided, shifted, and rebranded. We have been told cameras are everywhere, but an ordinary doorbell camera cannot issue a city fine or search a law enforcement ALPR network. And while residents raise legitimate concerns, Milford hosted a Flock-branded trust forum for the company's law enforcement customers across Connecticut. We need independent oversight, not vendor messaging. The Fourth Amendment says, the right of the people to be secure in their persons, houses, papers, and effects against unreasonable searches and seizures shall not be violated. That promise contains no exception for convenience, vendor assurances, or new technology. Just because you can build the system does not mean you should. Take the cameras down.
Good evening. My name is Tracy Ambrizecchio, and I live at 10 Fox Mill Lane right here in Milford. I am born and raised in Connecticut, and like all of you, a proud nutmaker. But what I am not proud of is the lack of transparency that I have found in our beloved state, and specifically what I found here in our own city of Milford. Everyone was given a summary to follow along with me. These are based on the city's records. Here's what I found on the city's own records. Milford runs 94 cameras, 33 license plate readers, plus dozens of video cameras, one of the largest deployments I have found in the state of Connecticut, with 39 cameras still pending. And this is not only cameras. There are red light and school zone speed cameras, a drone program, and a 13-person staffed real-time intelligence center that ties it all into one live, 24-hour, 7 days a week picture of the city. These readers record where I drive, where all of you drive, when and how often. I went looking for the vote, and I found it. In March of 2025, you approved a $7.7 million bond for various improvements, and one of those lines was a $550,000 budget line for a police security camera project, citywide camera infrastructure. When an alderman asked what it was, the chief described replacing old video cameras and building out the system. License plate readers, never named. Flock, never named. You voted for replacement cameras, but what went in was one of the largest plate tracking networks in the state, and it renews itself every year unless the city gives notice. The city's public page names one sharing partner. Its own search records show our plate data reaching hundreds of outside networks all the way as far as Texas. Chief Mello told the Board of Finance that most Connecticut departments were unknowingly part of a federal network that Homeland Security and Immigration Enforcement could search. The department posted a privacy guide today, and I want to acknowledge that. It is a good step, and I welcome it. But a guide published the day we finally get to speak is the one that Milford should have been handing out in early 2025. It describes what the system does, but it does not describe or answer why no one asked. We're not the first to raise this. We will not be the last. And I'm telling you that Windsor keeps its cameras off, Killingsworth is not renewing, and just last week, Old Saybrook told me that they canceled their system outright. Thank you.
All right. Good evening, Aaron Gore from 198 Gulf. I'm here today because Milford is becoming a small city, big surveillance. I don't fear technology and I don't fear AI. I actually work in software with data every day and have even developed data sharing agreements. I understand the value technology can provide, but I also understand the importance of protecting privacy, civil liberties, and personal data. As the city signs contracts with companies like Flock Safety, which is valued at approximately $7.5 billion, Milford is becoming a place where nearly every movement creates a digital footprint. Cameras aren't just at major intersections. They're near our schools, neighborhoods, and capable of providing live views from beaches like Gulf. We're walking around being monitored and presumed guilty before innocent. I believe our police and city officials like you want to keep our communities safe, but the system requires trust not only in local government, but in private companies whose sole purpose is to collect, manage, and profit off our data. A 2025 report by Wired described a data leak and revealed that Flock Safety may be using workers in the Philippines to review and categorize surveillance footage as a part of training their AI models. That raises questions about where our data goes and who has access to it before it's deleted. Other jurisdictions have recognized the need for strong safeguards. LAPD recently chose not to renew their contract with Flock until clearer privacy and data management rules were established. Washington State passed a law restricting ALPR collection near schools, places of worship, food banks, and immigration-related sites. Milford has no comparable placement restrictions, as cameras are located at schools and near homes like mine. I also want to address the city's speed enforcement cameras implemented under the ATSD plan. If I open Google Maps from my own driveway, I receive a camera alert. That camera is operated by Ultimate, which incorporates Flock technology and doesn't stop speeding in real time, but it issues warnings and citations after the fact. Milford's ordinance requires a 30-day data retention period for those cameras, but unlike the city's Flock ALPR policy, it doesn't require independent audits yet. And Section 1465 of your ordinance for those cameras suggests that a sworn Milford officer or designated city employee can review and approve the images before citations are mailed. We can then send those payments to a P.O. Box office in Philadelphia. Last I checked, my property taxes don't go to Philly, or do they now? And finally, as surveillance technology continues to expand, what plans does the city have to train law enforcement and city staff to manage these technologies and our data? Because it's law enforcement, not an IT department. Until those questions are answered and stronger safeguards in place, I respectfully ask the city to suspend operation of all Flock cameras and cameras using Flock technology in Milford. And let me conclude this for something even the kids would understand. In the words of Spider-Man, with great power comes great responsibility. Please don't take yours lightly.
I am Tricia Patricios. I live on Dock Road in Milford, so I traverse Gulf Street more times a day than I can possibly count. I have never received either a warning or a ticket since the cameras have been installed, and I definitely have gone over 25 miles an hour on Gulf Street previous to that, and now I definitely pay great attention to my speed. On the other hand, there are people behind me who don't seem to care about warnings or tickets that are trying to run people off the road. And anyway, I had a couple questions after reading Chief Mello's letter that was posted on Instagram. The state statute that is quoted has to do with the funds that are received for tickets. And it indicates, and this is a direct quote from the state statute, funds received by a municipality from the cameras shall be used for the purpose of improving transportation mobility, investing in transportation infrastructure improvements, or for paying for the cost associated with the automated traffic enforcement safety devices. So I'm curious, of course, and I'm sure there's an answer, an explanation, what the fund is that collects the money for the tickets, and if in fact there have been committees formed ahead of time to say what those 3 mandated state requirements are, and those are the only ones that are given by the state. The next thing I have to say is, I had heard and read, and there was a lot of news on vandalism of the cameras. So my question is, if the cameras were vandalized, are the culprits on camera? Because if it's supposed to alleviate crime instead of just surveilling people, then I would assume you have a suspect, because the cameras are everywhere, so you must have a suspect for that. And I also would like to know, according to the Chief Mello letter, it talks about a highly controlled environment inside our real-time information center. So I'm curious where exactly that is. I know the police, I've been in the police department to get paperwork at one point because I was for the Gulf Street improvement effort. And it's incredible, it was like embarrassing to be in that police department. It was so old and small and just, it was just not what I expected it to be for Milford from the outside. But anyway, you don't have a lot of room in there, so I'm just wondering, where is the highly controlled environment inside the real-time information center? So anyway, thank you very much.
Good evening, Board of Alders. My name is Jessica Lewis. I live at 205 Gulf Street. I'm a lifelong Milford resident, and I'm here tonight to speak against the expansion of surveillance cameras in our city. I live directly across the street from one of these cameras, and every day I'm reminded that at my home, my neighborhood, my visitors, everyone who passes by are being continuously monitored. I can tell you personally that many residents obviously are deeply uncomfortable with that new reality. Let me be clear, Gulf Street does have a speeding problem. Drivers speed, there are dangerous stunts being performed, and we have legitimate safety concerns, but surveillance cameras are not the right solution to this. If the goal is to slow traffic, we already know what works. We have traffic calming measures such as speed bumps, speed tables, road narrowing, chicanes, other roadway improvements that could reduce speeds immediately. A ticket does not stop dangerous driving in the moment. Many residents get, automatic revenue generating tickets, otherwise known as a sneaky tax, but they are not being protected in that moment from speeders. Equally important, obviously, are the privacy implications. As these cameras spread, more and more Milford residents will find themselves under continuous surveillance, which my house is, being in front of one of these cameras. Vast amounts of information are being collected, stored, managed by private companies who do not directly answer to the public, and we deserve answers to our questions about how these data are being treated and what are the safeguards against misuse. I have gotten many, as I'm sure many of you have, letters about data leaks every week practically from every company you deal with, including hospitals and any other place that has your data. What are the protections against all of these data being collected on us? This is not a partisan issue. We all want our privacy respected. We all want accountability and public trust. So we need a meaningful opportunity to, again, tell you, take down these cameras. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Mark Lofthouse from Milford, Connecticut, and I first want to say I'm against all these cameras in town, and I do want to point out that I believe there's one alderman on this table this evening that voted against cameras, and that's Winthrop J. Smith. Thank you for your leadership. I grew up in Milford. It's always had a nice, small hometown feel to it. The cameras in this town make me feel grotesque. We are 24/7, 365 spied on. Our information is cataloged somewhere in a third-party file of people we have never met and we will never see in our lives, and God only knows where the information is going to go. I think we should make some corrections here. As Board of Aldermen, we do make mistakes, and you definitely made a big one with these cameras. And all I got to say is, fix it. As I was waiting in line to speak here, I heard one of the aldermen say that they're so happy so many people came out to speak tonight. And I quickly thought that it's the equivalent of General Custer saying, I'm so glad so many Sioux, Arapaho, and Cheyenne showed up at the Little Bighorn today to say hello to me. So you've got a big task ahead of you. Contrast can be broken. There's a big problem here. And if you don't get rid of these flock cameras, come November, these people behind me are going to throw you the flock out of office. And one last point, I'll throw you a softball question. Your transfer station hours, you've changed till noon on Saturday. What average citizen can finish their yard work by noon and make it to the transfer station to dump it? Change your hours back to 2. If you want to cut your hours, cut it on Monday. Make Monday till 2 o'clock. Help the rest of us.
Good evening, the mayor. Good evening, chairman, and good evening, the aldermen. Thank you for having me. My name is Chris Lancia. I live on 87 Naugatuck Avenue in Milford. I am also your Republican congressional candidate for the 3rd District. But tonight, I'm here to speak on what I have in my background. I have over 25 years in the telecommunication industry, building cameras, building these systems. One of these companies contacted my company to do work. The first question I had was, who has information? Where does it go? How much does it cost? She said to me in England, because she called me from England, where these cameras are at, only the police have access. Here we have third-party people. With the climate we have today, you're going to sell my information to somebody that we don't know, that doesn't like you because you made a bad decision on an alderman case, or a police officer which did a hell of a job catching that shooter, guys. I respect you. Thank you for what you did for our protection. But here's the problem, financial. What can a police officer do that them cameras don't? I graduated Flexi in 2017, highly trained, just like our Milford police officers. You want the speeding to stop? Put a police cruiser there. Let our officers do their job. Stop being soft on crime. These cameras need to go. And this isn't a political thing, because I live in Milford, and I love the saying we have in Milford, small city with a big heart. And let me tell you something, this is a big heart tonight. And with that being said, God bless everybody in the room.
Jesus. Thank you for the Board of Aldermen for listening to our comments tonight. My name is Andrew Rice. I live at 35 Quaker Place here in Milford. I'm also a candidate for Congress in the 3rd Congressional District, and I come before you tonight as a concerned citizen demanding the removal of all flock cameras and any other AI-derived surveillance system. We are entering an unprecedented phase in American history and technology. We are building a surveillance state that is not here to protect us or to keep us safe, but in fact to control us. These flock cameras do not offer safety as advertised. It is a guise to surveil and control our behaviors, our movements, and to create profiles that can be later used against us. We have seen these flock cameras be abused by officials across the country. In one case, 83,000 cameras were used against a woman who sought abortion health care. Reports have shown officers using these cameras to stalk ex-partners. These cameras are easily hackable, allowing criminals access to private information. And in a government riddled with pedophiles, these cameras are being placed outside of our schools? We have been lied to that these cameras are for road safety. Why are they popping up on bike paths and walking paths and directed towards non-traffic areas? Benjamin Franklin once said, "Those who would give up essential liberty to purchase a temporary safety deserve neither liberty nor safety." Today, we are not safe, and today we are losing our liberties in front of our eyes. I demand our leaders end this attack on our Fourth Amendment rights. I demand that our tax dollars stop being used to spy on me, my friends, my neighbors, and my community. If you want safety, then give the people resources that they need to live decent lives. Give resources to our communities to impose genuine tested safety measures. I do not want my tax dollars being used to spy. I want my tax dollars to feed our children, house our community, provide food, water, shelter, healthcare, education, not to spy and not to give money to spies. I demand the immediate removal of all of these cameras, and in summation, this program needs to go flock itself.
Hey everyone, my name's Adam Piazza of 81 Crestwood Road. And the first thing I have to say is we have Republicans and Democrats agreeing on something for once. That should end this conversation right there. But to get into more of the facts, I run a cybersecurity company here in Milford, recently voted the best one in the city. And on that note, it took me less than 30 minutes to pull up over 12 of your flock cameras that are misconfigured and be able to get into them. People are here wondering how these cameras are configured, who's setting them up, and there's people out there because it's incompetency that's setting these things up. So you're wondering who's watching? It could be some random kid, or it could be someone in China. They're not even being configured right. You can sit there and pretend that they're safe behind a Verizon mobile network, but it takes one person clicking a wrong configuration to make these publicly exposed to everyone. So while you're dropping your kids... Exactly. So as you're dropping your kids off at school, or you're driving home from the bar a couple beers in, we'll know. I'll know. Other people out there will know. On top of that, the Flock contract actually states Flock has rights over what data they deem unnecessary to share, which is a nice way of saying they get to pick and choose what's protected and not. This is the same company that has already given over 600,000 files to ICE agents. This is the same company that reactivated the Flock program on companies or on towns that have decided to turn it off unbeknownst to them. So with that, I just want to leave and say that we have cameras in place that are not secure, and people are watching people in your neighborhood, people in China, because they're not even configured right.
Hello, my name is Arcangelo Petretta. I live at 92 Plains Road. I don't think I want to give my apartment number, given the way we want to be surveilled over here, but I can't be the only one who's sick and tired of being sick and tired with a lot of things going on in this country. And I would agree with the person who went before me that said, if you have Democrats or Republicans agreeing on something, you're probably really messed up. I'd like to give the benefit of the doubt to the town. Maybe they didn't know what they were signing up for when they signed this contract. I also work in technology, and I would dissuade you from continuing to go down this path. You know, I'm the child of proud Italian-American immigrants. And in the summer times, shout out to the paisans in the room. But I remember learning about World War II, and I'll bring this back to the flock cameras. And I learned about the rise of fascism in Italy. And I remember going over to see my nonna and my nonno, my grandparents, that summer, and I asked my grandmother if she'd ever seen Mussolini. She said she did as a young girl when he came to town. And I asked her about the rise of fascism and how they let this all come to be. And they said it happened slowly, at an ever excruciatingly slow pace. But slowly, slowly, the prison was built around them. And before they knew it, they were inside of a machine, a state machine that was pointed and targeted at them, the people, the state. The prison is being built around us. It is being built around you. And I thank you for the time to speak today while we have it in this country. Because from my nonna, I heard the stories of partisan couriers, young women who dared to fight against fascism, captured by SS troops, tortured for weeks, their eyes gouged out, their bodies left in the streets as a message to the people. And I understand you may think, these are just cameras. But my ancestors just thought it was a little bit more law, a little bit more order. But eventually, the target of the state will be on your back. So that's it. All I'd say is look at your neighbor to the left and to the right. You may not agree with everything they have to say, but think about if you'd be willing to walk a step with them in the right direction, and think about if you could walk another 2 steps in the right direction. It is the people against the corporations. It is the people against the government. Do not sleep. Do not take your rights for granted.
My name is Tony DeBlasi, 25 Roselle Street, Milford, Connecticut. I've been in this town 66 of my 69 years on this earth, and it's despicable what I see this city doing to us. There's case law on all of these flock cameras which need to be removed. In Chattery versus U.S., it was ruled by the Supreme Court that police are not entitled to the location data of anybody without probable cause and a valid warrant. All of these flock cameras have nothing to do with safety. They have to do with control. In Mapp versus Ohio, the Supreme Court also ruled that evidence obtained illegally is inadmissible in court. Those are 2 Supreme Court cases that have set the precedent. As I just said, this is not about safety. This is not about anything more than control and a money grab. This isn't a partisan issue. I don't care who's in this room. There's Democrats and Republicans. We all want this done. I'm a United States Marine, and I took an oath of enlistment. All right? You're a United States Marine. You're a United States Marine, Chief Fellow. I took an oath of enlistment, and the last time I checked, it has no expiration date. And you all took an oath of office, and guess what? If you're violating that oath of office, that's grounds for treason. You have no right to follow us, to document every single move we make in this town, nor anywhere in this country. At the end of the Pledge of Allegiance, what does it say? Truth and liberty, liberty and justice for all. This has nothing to do with liberty and justice. This has control and other things that are unethical and unconstitutional. We the people, you work for us. We don't work for you. We're not asking. We're demanding you take these cameras out. ASAP. I'm done. God bless you.
That's a tough act to follow. My name is Julian D. Donato. I am president of Caswell Cove Condominium Complex. And the first thing I'd like to suggest is we upgrade this speaker system so everyone can hear. On March 3rd, 2005, a vote was taken right here about approving the photo cameras in the city of Milford. As mentioned before, there is one alderman who thought better of the intrusive camera enforcement. And I know his name was mentioned before, but I want to give him congratulations again. It's Win Smith. And I want to say to the other aldermen, you have to have courage. If you don't think something is right, don't follow a party line. Think for yourself and make decisions. I'm specifically talking about Gulf Street. There is a problem on Gulf Street. Cars are speeding on Gulf Street. So we went to our law enforcement and public safety, and we asked them how we can solve this problem. You're asking a police department that enforces laws about what's the right thing to do. That didn't happen in Madison. It didn't happen in West Hartford. It didn't happen in East Haven. You know what they did? They put a study together, and they looked at the problem, and they evaluated different solutions. And the solutions they came up with, ironically enough, we just installed behind the library and put in speed bumps and crossings to let the traffic slow down. There are non-intrusive solutions to reducing and calming traffic. This study done by Madison, I have it here, from 2010. It's available to anyone. It's online. You can see they had a comprehensive study done, and they looked at the solutions. They can't say, oh, we can't put speed bumps in, they don't work. Guess what? They modified the speed bumps. They put cutouts for fire trucks to go through and not slow down. They found a solution that is not intrusive. This is city with a heart. I remember coming here 4 years ago. We're looking at making people feel comfortable in this city, not coming home and opening up a violation and getting a ticket for something they did maybe weeks ago. We can solve it right then. We can do it right then. I'll end with, let's use common sense before we institute laws that are going to be in violation of our privacy. Thank you very much.
Good evening, Aldermen. Thank you for this opportunity to speak publicly here about this issue of the speed cameras, which seems to be the topic of the night. My name is Russell Coombs, and I reside at 10 Eisenhower Drive here in Milford. I'm here because I found something this board needs to see. The vendor running Milford's cameras is a company called Ultimate. When Milford announced Ultimate's selection last August, Ultimate's own chief revenue officer publicly stated, and I am quoting directly, that this program will be funded entirely through citations. Those are Ultimate's words. The revenue comes from your tickets. Connecticut law is clear. Section 14307CB says a vendor's fee may not be contingent on the number of citations issued or fines paid. Milford's own ordinance says the same thing. Ultimate's just told us that their entire program here is funded by citations. That is a direct conflict of state law. This board voted to authorize the program in March 2025. The ultimate contract was signed months later by the mayor's office. No board review, no board vote, no public disclosure. Most of you have probably never seen that contract. You probably approved the program. You did not approve this deal. I submitted a FOIA request to obtain the contract. The city clerk redirected me to the police department. I submitted that today. Copies are being provided to the clerk tonight for the official record, along with a formal written demand for the transparency that has been copied to the Connecticut's Department of Transportation, which can revoke this city's program approval. Alderman Fowler and Smith voted no in March 2025. They were right to ask the hard questions. I'm asking this board to ask them now. Request that ultimate contract tonight. Let's see it. Let's read it. Put it on the September agenda. The residents of Milford deserve to know if this program is legal. So does this board. Thank you. Thank you for your time tonight, and I appreciate it. May God bless you. I'm submitting these records to the city clerk here now.
Thank you. My name is Jane Bonanzio. I'm from 17 Pearl Hill Street, and this is my second time before the Board of Aldermen because I'm trying to recap and go back to what is happening with the monopole project. All of you here, if we could get some support from you behind me, which would also be great, if you've seen those very tall, monstrous 90 to 120-foot monopoles that are going to be put all over Milford. Well, Pearl Hill Street is a small street. We're just down from Golden Hill, and we have 43 homeowners on that block. Well, UI is destroyed trees, built an access road that we have people going up and down on. We have a 10-foot chain link fence that has gone up, and we're really looking to try to litigate and stop this project. I would like to thank Mayor Smith and his staff because they have followed up with us in an attempt to contact UI. We hope to have a meeting with them. I would also like to particularly thank Wynn Smith and Wynn Third for their support as well. But again, there is a massive impact that these monopoles are going to have on the city and particularly on Pearl Hill Street. Backyards are being destroyed. Trees have been destroyed. In fact, if these 3 monopoles go up and one of them is diagonally across from my house and I'm across the street there, that could affect 10 to 15% of my property value if I try to sell my house. There are health and safety issues. And oh, by the way, in case you worry about any kind of the EF1 tornadoes coming through, I'm not sure that those monopoles are rated because for inland monopoles, they're only rated up to 90 to 105 miles per hour. Well, EF1 tornadoes, and we've had at least 10 of them in the state of Connecticut in the last 15 years. That is something to think about if those monopoles come down anywhere in Milford. Finally, there are statutes under the law of Connecticut specific to utility providers when they submit an application proposal to UI customers. So I'm going to ask all of you behind me, do you recall getting an insert in your UI bill back in 2022 telling you about this project? I certainly did not. UI was supposed to have sent those out. They listed it on a chart saying most of the people on my block, Pearl Hill Street, received those inserts. I did not. Also, certified mail. Anyone on my block whose property is on the railroad tracks there was supposed to get a certified letter. Many of them did not. Everything has been very unclear and ambiguous. I thank you for your time, and I'm asking for your support to litigate with the City of Milford. I'm asking the Board of Aldermen to support the mayor and the City of Milford to litigate on our behalf against UI and to join the cities of Fairfield, Southport, and Bridgeport. Thank you for your time.
Good evening, members of the board. Good evening, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, citizens of Milford. The road to ruin is paved with good intentions. Now that road has surveillance cameras on it.
Your name and address, please, sir?
Sure. My name is
Thank you.
Cliff Fava, 15 Apple Hill Drive. I won't call it a money grab. Its intentions, while good, were very poorly implemented. Milford has created pockets of go-slow zones, where cars travel at horse and buggy speed, but just until they clear the zone. Milford and Connecticut in general does have a speeding problem. You have unlicensed ATVs and motorbikes racing down Route 1. But RoboCop is not the answer. It is not a summons to appear. It assumes you're guilty. Now prove you're not. I have 3 drivers in my house. When the camera snaps a picture of my vehicle, who is the driver in question? You tell me who. Well, it doesn't matter. The citation goes to me, the vehicle owner. You want to catch speeders? Do it the old-fashioned way. A cop with a radar gun. If I contest that, he can show up in traffic court and defend his position. These cameras cannot. In closing, to the citizens of Milford, be careful. It's so easy to give up your rights. It's so hard to get them back.
Good evening. My name is Jen Nichols, 67 Berwyn Street. All right, Jennifer Nichols, Berwyn Street, 67 Berwyn Street. I understand that the following resolution will be offered tonight, whereas the City of Milford has deployed block safety automated license plate readers, ALPRs, and/or related or similar camera systems throughout the city, and whereas these systems capture and store information about Milford residents, their cars, and other things, and whereas the other municipalities have recently paused, reviewed, or removed similar flock systems in response to privacy and governance concerns, and whereas the Board of Aldermen believes it is in the public interest to pause and review the current program, now therefore be it resolved by the Board of Aldermen of the City of Milford as follows. Section 1, temporary memorandum. Effective immediately upon adoption of this resolution, there is hereby imposed a temporary moratorium on all use, installation, activation, or expansion of any flock or other cameras, automated license plate readers, or similar surveillance devices within the City of Milford, and the issuance of any further citations based on said camera systems. Section 2, a comprehensive review. The Ordinance Committee of the Board of Aldermen and such other city officials as it may deem appropriate is hereby directed to prepare and submit to the Board of Aldermen a comprehensive written report within 90 days of the effective date of this resolution addressing recommendations for continuation, modification, limitation, or termination of the flock or other cameras as referenced here within. Section 3, effective date. This resolution shall take effect immediately upon its adoption. We consider your vote to be a formal declaration of your stance on this issue. Thank you.
Good evening, my name is Deb Abel. I am a resident of 236 Lookout Hill Road.
I'd first like to open by saying that my prayers and sympathies go out to a family that in June suffered a tragic violence unimaginable. The news that broke on the 31st was even more unimaginable when the details were exposed. But part of what was exposed was, in quotes, how these flock and license plate readers played a vital role in the capture of the suspects, and more to come. We all want people that did this brought to justice, and that is definitely not the dispute. But the question before us is not whether we want safer streets, because of course we do. The question is whether we are willing to trade away a basic American freedom, the right to be left alone by the government unless there is a good reason, to chase that safety with permanent surveillance cameras. The Fourth Amendment says government cannot search us or seize our property without a warrant based on probable cause. Our founders wrote that because they knew what happens when the government can watch everyone all the time, what will happen. These flock license plate readers, speed cameras, and red light cameras do exactly that. They photograph every car that passes, record the plate, the make, the model, the time, and the location, and even the contents inside. They store that information and share it across an ever-growing network, some of which I understand are now being handled by third party. And I applaud the person that called that and wants more investigation on that. No warrant, no suspicion that you did anything wrong, just constant tracking of ordinary people going to work, to the grocery store, to church, to visit family. Supporters may point to the horrific attack in June and say the cameras helped to catch the suspect, 2 months later. This is true in that one instance, but we cannot judge a whole system by its best day. Once the data exists, the temptation to misuse it is always there. Tonight it might be to catch a killer. Tomorrow it can be used to follow a political opponent, an ex-spouse, or a journalist. History shows that surveillance powers almost never shrink, they expand. Just 2 days ago, it was reported in Albany, Georgia, that public safety personnel were arrested for misusing the data obtained on these surveillance systems and not for fighting crime. We already have the tools to work within the Constitution: investigation, witnesses, tips, traditional detective work, and warrants where there is reasonable suspicion. Those tools caught criminals long before these cameras existed. We do not need to turn every public road into a permanent tracking zone. Safety is important, so is freedom. The Fourth Amendment was written to protect both. These cameras slowly chip away at the second in the name of the first. That is a bargain our country has always refused to make. Being personally unaware of the creep of these cameras on my community is my fault. Now I am aware, and I refuse also. Scrap it, please, like Killingworth has done, and Windsor, which has targeted its removal of the entire program in the fall of 2026 for privacy and cost reasons. Thank you.
Good evening, Council. Mayor Smith. My name is Lindsay Hull. I live at 19 Silver Street. I'm a retired paramedic and the CEO of a company based here in Milford. I chose to come to Milford in 2018 when I was looking for a place to start my company. I came here because it was quaint, it was quiet, and I drove down Broad Street and saw all the lights and the snow on the green, just like it's Christmas time in my hometown. The safeguards we're told exist. They're not verifiable yet. Flock's got a nationwide history of handing out this data, even when the independent cities forbid it. There are multiple court cases, 1.6 million unauthorized queries in San Francisco alone. This is something that needs to be addressed. It's something we need to look at. We need written confirmation that Milford has opted out of the national security search feature that Flock has in place that's not listed within the rest of the program. We're asked to be entrust the security claims with no way to check them. My job is to research and advise clients on people, process, data, and technology. That's what I do. Billion-dollar clients. I will tell you, I would not offer a single one of them a suggestion without sitting down and reading through their SOC 2 compliance audit. I don't think anybody in this room has read that audit. We need to see it. It needs to be available to us. That said, the numbers used to justify these programs, and the flock cameras as well, the study behind that plan projects roughly 283,000 speeding violations per year across 3 Route 1 locations, nearly 197,000 a year from one single intersection alone. Milford's actual citywide speeding enforcement from 2014 through 2019, 6 full years before the pandemic, total speeding stops of any kind averaged 638 per year. Speeding tickets actually issued averaged about 129 per year. It's roughly 445 times what we were told when we were told these cameras were required. That said, we need to step back, we need to shut them down, we need to do more research, and we need to figure it out. But that, I still don't want to give up my liberties. Thank you.
Chairman Vitro, Mayor Smith, members of the board, my name is Bryson Hull of 16 Tremont Street, and I'm as always gratified to be here in a really raucous night for democracy here. So, I urge the board, particularly the 10 of you who voted to bring this system in, to get rid of it. And I'd also like to ask if this is an ADA compliant speaker system, because I don't think it is. So listen, this gives me hope for bipartisanship and good sense. This is good sense. This is Connecticut. We fought against this kind of surveillance. We fought against this kind of concentration of power. We've been at it for a long time. We're 7th generation in this state, my family and I. But I'll tell you, in 20 years in journalism all over the world and 10 in lobbying public affairs, I have rarely seen so fine a specimen of careful bureaucratic language than the letter from the police department issued over the weekend. To wit, these plans have always been a matter of public record, presented transparently during funding requests to both the Board of Aldermen and the Board of Police Commissioners. I'll tell you, I'm trained to do this and come and look at the agendas and things like that. I haven't got the time. To say that a one-line request and a bond authorization for a police security camera project is adequate disclosure is pure CYA, and I'm sure I don't have to explain what that means. Few citizens know the business of the board, less so with bonding. That request came barely 3 months after I stood in this chamber and told the police commission the cameras were a bad idea, the speed cameras, and I make a distinction. And that was not, got TV cameras, it got attention, and I'm sure that's never a great thing if it's negative attention. So they are separately and equally invasive. However, that timing creates the reasonable suspicion that this was slipped in the back door because it would have faced even stronger opposition. So I urge you to take time to go back, give us an opportunity, take this feedback, and so we don't have our freedom and Fourth Amendment rights just chucked away because a bureaucrat wants an easier way to do things. I will also note that to argue that these cameras are an invaluable tool puts law enforcement's wants above those Fourth Amendment rights. And just in time, and I note this because I am in the public relations business, we have word that this helped capture the perpetrator of a double murder that happened 2,000 feet from my house 2 months later. How is that a critical, time-sensitive system? It's not. It's a shortcut for real policing. Milford's police have had no real opportunity to say anything about the deployment of a national mass surveillance system in town. They leak data, the vendor makes money selling this data and merges it with data from private companies that are its customers. Anybody in here been to Home Depot lately? Anyone? Yeah, hands up. You've been flocked over at Home Depot. So we're putting all our data into that soup. This is a bad idea. I urge you. Oh, I will also say worse, these cameras have an error rate, a very high one. On the hot list alone, LAPD data showed the cameras made a mistake 1 in 3 times. Imagine if you get pulled over and it's a mistake. Oh, I'm sorry, you just had a gun pointed at you. Not good. We are the lab rats in the experiment. Turn it around. I urge those of you, especially those of you facing the ballot box soon, some of you as soon as a week, make a vote. Make your voice known, because people are going to remember. We need to know more about the risks. And guys, it's democracy in action, by the people, for the people. Get out and vote with a conscience. All of you, we urge you the same. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Ed Van Show, 858 New Haven Avenue. This one right here? Okay. 858 New Haven Avenue. I, like a lot of my fellow residents, are very concerned about this, and this should concern everyone on this board because this was passed unanimously in this room, and it was signed by the previous mayor, but you are now the mayor. One thing we need to do is not table this. Okay, you all made the decision to put it in place. You read the details of what this device would capture, how the data is being handled, how it's being reported, and as you found out tonight, how it could be hacked very easily by a person on a computer sitting outside of a camera. It also presents a lot of privacy issues which people have been brought up several times. PII data, very important. We do not know how our information is being handled. And if it's being handled, who is the third party that is handling it? And if that third party is handling it, what kind of controls do they have in place to protect that data? I work with cybersecurity projects all the time. I work with AI engineering. And I can tell you right now, the cybersecurity breach technology out there, we cannot keep up with it. And with AI now involved, it only exacerbates the risk. Because I can tell you right now, you get one sample of a person's voice or an image, and it could be mimicked. And it could be of anybody on the phone, in this room, anybody. None of our information here is safe. As far as its safety, there's a lot of skepticism on how it actually does to help save traffic situations. On one hand, it helped find the shooter of the woman on East Broad Street, but on the other hand, it didn't help protect the child that was riding his bike right by Calf Penn School. Okay? What did it do? You want to protect the people and the children in this town, you put physical deterrence on the street. Go out with Public Works, put speed bumps. Okay? If anybody wants to speed in a school zone or in a zone designed to have slower speed limits, let them smash up their suspension system. That way they'll learn. Plus, you'll get the person who's actually driving the car, not the person who actually just owns the registration. I have 3 kids and I seem to be getting all these letters in every day. Okay? So as a taxpayer, that doesn't sit well with me, but this is a much larger issue. You approve this. It is time to do some serious retrospection, and with all respect to everyone, are you busy doing something? Because all these people have been sitting out here, and I see someone like this, like they're on the phone. Am I boring you? Okay? These people deserve your attention. Please show them their respect. I think I've said enough. Thank you for helping me, having me speak tonight, and please make a decision on this. Don't table it. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Charlene Merced. I'm of 64 Salem Walk. I'm a family law attorney. On my way to work from my home and in just under 2 miles to get onto I-95, I encountered 10 cameras documenting where I go. Every single one of those flags behind you represents a fight for our liberties. Why are you giving them up? Instead, the city has decided on their own that the flood cameras are constitutional under the 4th Amendment. The recent Supreme Court case said that bulk collection of location data raises serious 4th Amendment concerns. Flock creates searchable database of everyone's movements. The court was concerned about the government's ability to access all of a person's movements, reconstruct and possess a searchable database that reveals patterns of life without deciding in advance who to follow. These cameras can reveal sensitive information. They track your car, which tracks you, from your house to work to the clinic to the protest rally. The city claims that the data is tightly controlled, accessible only to police under strict protocols. As an attorney, I will be requesting this data through FOIA, subpoenas, and that means that the secure database that tracks your movements is discoverable in divorce cases, employment disputes, custody matters. If I can access it, so can anyone. And I will use that data in my cases. This is the real issue then. This is searchable database of your movements is powerful enough to be evidence in court, is powerful enough to be abused. The fact that it can be discovered proves that it should not be collected without a warrant in place. You've built an aggregated surveillance infrastructure that documents who comes to which beaches, parks, which neighborhoods, and when. That's the pattern of life that the Supreme Court just said requires warrant protection. And I'm asking the city, do we want to live in a place where your movements are automatically documented, stored, and searchable? Because that's what we're building. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Nikita Jaisri. I live at 71 Daytona Avenue in District 3, and I am here to voice my concerns and call for the complete removal of flock cameras in Milford. Milford residents have been told that these cameras are solely license plate readers, but that is not the full story. While Milford PD may only be using it to track license plates, these cameras' capabilities go further. My main concern is the lack of privacy because Milford residents are under constant watch. Every day, these cameras analyze and store every little detail from us. Flock uses Freeform, an AI search feature where it can find people by physical descriptions such as clothing, accessories, car descriptions, and even tattoos. Additionally, Flock has patent US 11416545B1, which classifies people by race, gender, height, and weight, and then it is all stored in Flock's searchable database, despite Milford not needing or using all of this information. Another concern regarding these cameras is that it is not controlled by Milford itself because Flock has main control. There have been documented cases where local authorities have lost control of what is being done with that data from these cameras. Flock has updated these cameras remotely without letting local authorities know in other cities. In Mountain View, California, Flock enabled a nationwide setting without local police knowing, allowing agencies across the nation to go through the information on Mountain View's residents. This led to Mountain View ultimately terminating their contract with Flock. In Washington State, 10 different police departments had their camera data used by federal agencies that those towns had never agreed to share. Additionally, Flock cameras are creating a disheartening experience for citizens. In Colorado, a woman was falsely accused of theft because Flock wrongfully identified her as the perpetrator, and she then had to prove her own innocence. We have dozens of Flock cameras in Milford alone, and the consensus amongst Milford residents is that this blanket surveillance that we're being subjected to is creating an environment of guilty until proven innocent. And if it's not bad enough that there's privacy concerns, lack of local control, and lack of accuracy, last year, tech researcher Ben Jordan demonstrated that Flock cameras can be hacked within 30 seconds. He even found that some cameras were online without any passwords or protections, allowing live footage to be viewed by anyone, anywhere. No amount of audits or safeguards that Milford says they will implement will address these concerns because the problems ultimately lie with Flock's overreach, Flock's system vulnerabilities, and the continuous violation of privacy that comes with these cameras. If you believe that Flock cameras are in the best interest of the Milford community after hearing these concerns, you are woefully wrong. Your constituents are here today because this is a bipartisan issue calling for your termination of the Milford's contract with Flock. And if you care to properly represent your community as we've elected you to do so, you will follow through with the complete removal of every single Flock camera in Milford. Thank you for your time.
Good afternoon.
Let's have a little order in the room and have a little courtesy of the new speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you all for being here. My name is Gavin Lucas. I live at 181 Home Acres Avenue. I don't want to waste too much of our time. There's still quite a line behind me, so I'll jump right to the point of my opposition to Flock's AI surveillance. Apologies. Anything that an AI-powered camera sees or hears or thinks it sees or hears can be used by law enforcement to have justification to search any vehicle. Flock is a private corporation and is not, therefore, bound by the same standards or strictures that law enforcement is. To entrust this much to a corporation that stands only to benefit from abusing the data it collects on the people of our city is a level of irresponsibility that raises the question of who the people behind such a decision are actually loyal to. In an age where so many of the people meant to lead and protect our community and our country are proving to be untrustworthy, placing even more unchecked power in the hands of both a private corporation and local law enforcement could be seen as, God forbid, a step towards an even more invasive surveillance state. As I close, I would like to ask each of you sitting here today to consider the following. We only have so many chances in our life to make a positive impact on the world around us. You all are better placed than any of us in this room to achieve that. You are meant to be the leaders of our community, and I would ask you to show that you have the strength, the courage, and the good sense to represent your constituents. Thank you for your consideration.
Good evening. My name is Nick Breen, and I'm a resident of 85 Viscount Drive. I have lived in Milford for 15 years, and over those years, due to the negligence or greed of various people sitting or who have sat in your seats, I have watched this city lose the magic that made me fall in love. Every one of you on this board swore an oath, not to flock safety, not to a data center in Atlanta. You swore an oath to the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the state of Connecticut. Yet, here we are. All but one of you have sat in favor of an unconstitutional network of automated license plate readers, various surveillance cameras, and systems erected across our city. Systems that log the movements of every law-abiding resident of Milford. Where we go to church, where and when we go to the doctor, whose driveway we pull into, what meetings we attend. You have allowed a surveillance apparatus that no tyrant, even the Nazi Gestapo, could have dreamed of. And you have handed the keys to a private corporation and called it public safety. I want each of you to sit with one simple question. If this technology is so benign, so necessary, and so trustworthy, then publish for the people of Milford your movements. Publish your spouses. Publish your children. Let this chamber and all the residents who elected you follow you the way you propose to follow us. If you will not accept for your own family what you're imposing on our families, then you already know what you're doing is despicable. History is unambiguous on this. People who will not peacefully object to their own subjugation pay for it first with their liberty and eventually with their blood. The cost of your non-action tonight is not just borne by you and the people in this room. It is deferred with interest onto our children. You took an oath in front of your constituents and your neighbors. Tonight, you can honor it or admit on the record that you have chosen the will of techno-fascist oppressors over the Constitution, a contract with Satan over our community, and convenience over the people who put you in that seat. And once you inevitably vote to remove this surveillance to save your political rear ends, don't act like you're some type of heroes. You could have protected us from this. You all allowed this. You are all disgraceful.
Hey, I'm Justin Edwards, 121 Maple Street. Like several of my concerned neighbors before me, I'm a software engineer. I work daily with AI, complex data systems, and security. And I think I'm deeply, deeply alarmed about what this company's selling. I think you all should be too, for several reasons. I'm not going to belabor the point about this company's shocking lack of security. I think several people made that point very well before me. except to say that their track record is not even remotely close to what I believe is necessary to safeguard our community's data. Second, I'd like to talk about what's even more disturbing is their corporate culture. Recently, one of their VPs was on a sales call and accessed a police department in Georgia's camera inside of a children's gymnasium in a community center. They called that just part of a sales pitch. I think that any company that will treat that our set of children's privacy as just a trick to sell more cameras is not worthy of our data, to say the least. Third, I'd say even if we lived in a fantasy world where these cameras were actually perfectly secure and they had a good company culture, it's just bluntly, this mass surveillance is not warranted. Dragnet surveillance Dragnet surveillance of innocent residents going about their daily lives cannot be justified by any theoretical minor reduction in the crime rate or increase in solving of crimes. We should not have to sacrifice our fundamental civil liberties just to drive down our own streets. And finally, setting all these digital threats aside, I want to talk about something that I don't think anyone else has spoken about tonight, which is these cameras are being installed in a way that directly threatens physical safety of drivers. They are being installed directly into concrete underground, no slip plates, no breakaway devices. Those things are completely required if you're that close to the road for the safety. If anyone swerves off the road, they shouldn't have to serve their lives, they shouldn't have to lose their lives just because Milford decided to embrace mass surveillance. I ask that you prioritize the digital privacy, civil liberties, and physical safety of the people who live here. Please act with urgency to remove these egregious breaches of our civil liberties.
My name is Catherine Patton, and I just wanted to bring to the attention of everybody in this room that I just watched somebody texting their friend telling them that there are blacks and spics taking over this community and that we're the crazy ones. We see you. Big Brother sees you. If you think that we're crazy, you need to wake up. Members of the Milford community, we are here because of a fundamental question that needs to be answered. Should a private corporation create a permanent record of where we drive, where we go, or how we move through our community? This issue before us is not simply about cameras. This is about an expansion of a surveillance industry that collects information about ordinary citizens with limited public oversight, inconsistent regulations, and unclear protections against misuse. Companies like the Flock Safety and other automated license plate radar company markets these systems as tools for fighting crime. Law enforcement agencies across this country have used these systems to locate stolen vehicles, assist investigations, and identify suspects. However, this technology also creates serious risks that cannot be ignored, and not for nothing, police are paid twice as much as the teachers in this city. So let them work and we'll do the rest. Multiple reports have documented cases where automated license plate readers produce incorrect matches. In some instances, innocent people have been reportedly stopped, detained, or confronted by police because of a vehicle or license plate was mistakenly identified for an automated system. When an algorithm makes a mistake, the consequences do not fall on the company that created the software. They fall on the person pulled over, questioned, or treated as a suspect. That changes the principle that has guided our system of justice for generations, innocent until proven guilty. These systems also raise major privacy concerns because they do more than identify vehicles involved in crimes. They create detailed records of vehicle locations and travel patterns. A person's movements can reveal where they work, where they worship, and where they receive medical care, and where they spend their personal time. The concern is not limited to Flock Safety. The concern is an entire industry built around collecting and sharing location data. Many automated license plate reader networks allow information collected in one community to be accessed by law enforcement agencies in other jurisdictions. Data collected here in Connecticut may be available to agencies outside of our state. Public safety and personal freedom should not be treated as opposing values. A community can protect both. When you inevitably ensure, you know we are heard. Remember, it is not just flock. Get rid of all of the cameras. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Robert Patton. I live at 41 West Orland Street, and I'm a Marine Corps veteran. Automated license plate readers. Thank you. Automated license plate reader cameras have become one of the largest surveillance systems in America. They don't just record suspected criminals, they record everyone. Every time you drive past one, your license plate, location, date, and time are stored, creating a record of where you've been and when. The constitutional concern is straightforward. The Fourth Amendment protects Americans against unreasonable search and seizure. While courts have not definitively ruled that all ALPR's use violates the Constitution, the Supreme Court has increasingly recognized that long-term location tracking raises serious Fourth Amendment concerns because it reveals the privacies of life. Congress's own research service notes that the constitutional status of large-scale ARP networks remains an actively legal question. The real problem is the lack of regulation and accountability. Civil liberty organizations have found that 99.5 to 99.9% of license plate scans are of vehicles not suspected of any crime. In other words, nearly everyone is being tracked, even if they're innocent. Before anyone's been accused, ALPR systems collect and store information about where they travel, treating every driver as a potential subject of investigation. Rather than targeting individuals based on reasonable suspicion or probable cause, these systems gather data on millions of innocent people just in case it might become useful later. This reverses the traditional American principle that people are presumed innocent until proven guilty, replacing individual suspicion with broad, indiscriminate surveillance of the public. While supporters contend that collecting license plate information is not the same as declaring someone guilty, the widespread collection and retention of innocent people's movements raises significant concerns about privacy, due process, and the presumption of innocence. Abuse is not hypothetical. Recent investigations have documented at least 28 reported cases nationwide of law enforcement officers using ALPR systems to stalk romantic partners, former partners, or other individuals for personal use. In several recent Texas investigations, officers resigned or faced investigation after allegedly misusing the databases for personal tracking. Even government watchdogs have warned about weak oversight. The California State Auditor found agencies failed to properly monitor access, had incomplete privacy policies, and created opportunities for misuse. The report warned that officers could use ALPR data to monitor people attending political rallies, visiting medical clinics, or engaging in other constitutionally protected activities. At the federal level, the Government Accountability Office has also concluded that law enforcement agencies using these technologies need stronger privacy protections and better safeguards against misuse and bias. Until strong safeguards are in place, including clear laws governing when this info can be collected, these systems should not be used. Constitutional rights should not depend on promises of responsible behavior. They should be protected by enforceable law. If we fail to establish this accountability, we risk normalizing mass surveillance at the expense of the freedoms the Constitution was written to protect. Thank you.
Good evening, Ian Stewart, 94 Corona Drive. I'm not here to oppose the cameras or oppose safety. I'm here to oppose the gradual erosion of our constitutional liberty. Our freedoms are never taken all at once. They are taken one step at a time, and each of those steps is presented as being justified, reasonable, or necessary. Freedom for safety, privacy for convenience, liberty for efficiency, until one day we turn around and we realize that what we have traded cannot be reclaimed. I don't doubt that all of you want a safer city. What I do doubt is that you did not fully consider what was at stake in pursuit of that goal. This is not about cameras. This is about constitutional stewardship. All of us in this room, on this side of the podium, are here for different reasons. We all feel differently about schools, development, taxes, and these cameras. And reasonable people can disagree on all of these issues. Before we're Democrats or Republicans, homeowners or renters, supporters or opponents, we on this side of the podium are we the people. And those are not just the first 3 words of the Constitution, those are a reminder of who the government was created to serve. And as we the people, we have a different obligation to the Constitution than you. We did not take an oath to the Constitution, you did. The authority you exercise from this dais does not belong to you. It is entrusted to you from this side of the podium by we the people. And that's what stewardship means. Stewards do not own what was entrusted to them. They preserve it, they strengthen it, and one day they return it. You are not merely administrators of this city, you are stewards of our constitutional liberties. And as such, you must remember the constitutional limits were not written because we distrust today's public servants. They were written because we cannot know tomorrow's. The Constitution was not written as the government's rule book for the people. It was written as the people's restraint over its government. One day, every one of you will return to this side of the podium, and when you do, the liberties that you have preserved will protect your families as they protect mine. I will leave you with this question. When tech advances faster than the law, will this board err on the side of greater government power or the side of constitutional liberties? Will this board be remembered for the tech it possessed or the wisdom it had to restrain the power it possessed? That wisdom is the duty of everybody in this room, on the dais and behind this podium, those entrusted to serve, and we the people who granted them that trust. We the people is not just how the Constitution begins, it's a reminder of the responsibility we have to never surrender the freedoms that are entrusted to us and to preserve the liberty for those that come after us. Thank you.
My name is Katrina Stem, 185 Nettleton Avenue. The main reason why surveillance cameras like Flock and equivalent technology should not be used is that it's a direct violation of our constitutional rights to be free from warrantless searches. That alone should be enough for a city not to use them, but I've got 3 minutes, so I'll give additional reasons. So here we go. Regarding the argument that, well, it's okay, your phone is already tracking you, this doesn't mean we should submit to being surveilled in other aspects. It's like spilling a bit of hot sauce on your hand. You're gonna wipe it up instead of pouring the whole bottle on yourself because, well, I'm already wet. Besides, if you can turn off certain features in your phone to reduce targeted ads and information and location sharing, and even choose to leave your phone at home or get a flip phone without internet access. You at least have a choice. If your phone is confiscated by law enforcement, a warrant has to be presented by law to get into your phone, not with surveillance cameras. Unlike traditional cameras, these create a mosaic analysis to determine your whereabouts and routine, similar to someone following you with a camera as you walk down the street to see where you're going. Police can find out where you go during the day and may even hear what your conversation is about if you're near one of these cameras, but since the system is easily hackable, so can other people. The system has been misused many times already, with reports of unauthorized use to track exes, people with differing political ideologies, and new love interests. Not to mention the inaccuracies within the software, for example, where the license plate is misread by the camera, and innocent people end up being arrested or harassed because so much trust is erroneously put into this program to read plates accurately every time. The public has been told that the purpose of these cameras is to track people committing crimes and listen for gunfire using its audio detection system. It's been portrayed to us as something benign. It may help solve crimes, but it also takes away the last bits of privacy most of us hold dear. I like the idea of developing a tool to help solve crimes, but let's find a way to do that without violating everyone's constitutional rights.
Hi, everybody. Thank you for your time. My name is Steve Visconti. I'm from Robert Street over in Devon. I am also a candidate for state representative. A year ago, I voiced my concern to this body regarding Flock's data collection and the security of that data. In light of recent controversy, I'm calling for a full removal of all Flock systems. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Quinn Fitzgerald. I live at 7 Central Ave. I hope you all are really listening to what everybody's saying. I'm extremely worried about the AI-powered panopticon that is emerging in the United States. I could use my time here to explain to you why mass surveillance is in no one's best interest, especially not the police. Remember that automation ends with job loss. But instead, I'm going to talk about credibility. The police chief recently, in defense of the cameras, made a statement saying, "We're not Big Brother. We're your neighbor. We're just trying to keep you safe." This statement completely neglects the fact that the data from these traffic cameras is stored with and can be accessed by a private company. Flock is not my neighbor. In February, of this year, Flock removed the promise that they shall not sell data from their customer agreements. So far, 47 cities and towns have canceled their contracts with Flock, and 22 have deactivated the cameras. Menominee, Michigan canceled their contract after cameras were activated without the city's authorization. In Dayton, Ohio, city workers have covered all their Flock cameras with trash bags because they were found to still be collecting data while they were under review and meant to be inactive. In Evanston, Illinois, they canceled their contract and covered their cameras after local police discovered Flock was sharing the data their cameras were collecting with federal agencies. If it can happen in those towns, then we must assume it's happening here now. So, I think the chief of police, who I think is here actually, I think he should not so easily disregard our concern for Big Brother, because Flock's reputation and lack of credibility and lack of honesty is exactly what we're concerned about. It's what you should have been concerned about before you let Flock into Milford. Thank you.
My name is Robin Fitzgerald. I live at 7 Central Avenue. The first thing I'd like to do is thank you for the opportunity to exercise my awesome constitutional right to speak truth to power and to criticize my elected officials in public. And second, I would like to acknowledge how hard it is to govern a city of this size. And I want to say that I appreciate everybody's time spent, your personal time, just trying to do the best job for our town and all of the people that are here tonight. And I know that regardless of party or ideology, I know that everybody always thinks they're doing the best thing for the people. And I appreciate that. That said, the job, what makes the job so much harder is lack of trust by the people for their government, especially in a climate at this particular time when people have little trust for police, for elected officials, for government, for big tech, for financial institutions. Our trust is being eroded every single day. And I am just wondering about the timing of installing what I heard to be 97 cameras in Milford to track everybody's comings and goings and speed of their cars and all of their biometric data. I just find the timing to be questionable, since what Connecticut has been good at doing has been keeping people stable, trying to kind of mitigate all the craziness that we experience every day in our federal government. It's not easy. They haven't been successful, but I feel like, I feel lucky to live in Connecticut. I feel lucky to live in Milford, but I wonder about the timing of adding all of these cameras to our lives. I personally drive like a little old lady. Since my children were born, I just drive, I get honked at. So I'm not really worried too much about tickets, but I am worried about being tracked in my everyday exciting grocery store runs and trips to the post office. Really joking meant to kind of cut a little bit of the tension, but it really is difficult to realize that the companies that are collecting this data on us all have proven and demonstrated that they are not responsible with it, and that it is being used for nefarious acts against the public. Thank you. I just want to say one thing. Since the Spider-Man movie opened this weekend, I want to say that with great power comes great responsibility. And I think that, the big tech and FLOG has a lot of power by collecting all of our personal data, but they just have not demonstrated the responsibility. And I think that that's up to you to remove the cameras until all of this great crowdsourced information of all of these smart people out here can be gone over and absorbed and digested so that we can move forward in a safe manner for everybody. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Ken Lum. I live at 66 Seaflower Road. And I gotta be honest with you, I don't really come to these meetings. I usually don't pay attention too much, but I can guarantee you I will be from this point on. And if my Alderman representative voted yes for this, well then I will be running against him, or I'll be supporting the best person to run against, him or her. Because this is unconstitutional, like a lot of other people said. I don't need to repeat everything that's been said. It's been said very clearly, very loudly. My grammar school English teacher taught me a couple things. I never heard the word flock before. I do know it now, so I'm going to use it in these next couple sentences. Remove the flocking cameras from Milford. Whoever voted for these flocking cameras, we will be removing you from flocking office. I can guarantee you. You will be voted out. This is unconstitutional. It's unnecessary. And I don't know whose flocking idea it was to do this, because I didn't hear nothing about it. And now I got a warning 11 days after it took my picture. It was a pretty good picture, I might say. So you must have spent a lot of money on them. Yeah. So anyway, it took 11 days for it to get to my house. So that means I could have got 2 tickets a day going to and from work. It did not help me slow down. It did not make me aware. It just made me a victim. And I could have got 22 tickets for that. That's not representation. That's spying. You put a speed bump in if you want to stop people from speeding. They work best. They don't cost hardly anything. But what I'm going to tell you again is, you guys have a responsibility. And I feel you have failed us in that responsibility. I don't know who voted yes or no, but I'm going to find out. Because again, if my alderman voted for this, we're going to run against him or her. So get the flocking cameras out of Milford. Thank you.
Ralph Pacelli, 1093 West River Street, Milford, Connecticut. As you know, all across this country, people are concerned about these cameras and the... What? As you're aware, all across this country, people are concerned about these cameras. They're being removed in many areas of the nation. We see it all the time in the news. So I understand that there's an issue of both public safety and at the same time, privacy issue. They both have to be somewhat balanced out. I don't know what that is, with these cameras. And, I share many of the same concerns that the previous speakers have, so I'm not going to repeat what they've said. But at the same time, some of these concerns, for example, last night I was watching John Oliver. I don't know if anyone watches him. And last night there was a show on these cameras. And it gave another insight as to what's going on that I really wasn't aware of. So briefly, there was a couple, there was a family. They were pulled over by the police because they had a stolen vehicle. It said the license plate reader notified the police, they get pulled over, the whole family's taken out of the car, young kids too. They're all put on the pavement. And after that, they realize there's a mistake here. This isn't a stolen vehicle. This plate that the license plate reader gave belonged to a motorcycle in another state. So the police did not realize this isn't a car that was stolen. It's a motorcycle stolen in some other state. It was a mistake. Of course, they let him go. But that was a mistake that was made there. So the episode really went deep into Flock and the camera system and what they're finding. So really what happens is there's the fear of the unknown right now with these systems, and people are concerned. So what I ask is, if these cameras remain, that maybe there should be a civilian review board that is created to get some input or be able to give their input as to what they see. So because we're at the point now where there's the fear of the unknown is upon us, and we have fear as to what's going on. Thank you.
My name is Catherine Urbane. I live at 1 Warren Street. And I just wanted to thank you for listening, but I also wanted to thank everyone I waited in line with. I want to thank everyone who spoke. I learned so much tonight, and I hope you all learned something as well. I'm sure you did research before you voted, but I think the comments tonight, they really reflect a community. I feel so proud to live in Milford. These comments were well researched, they were well thought out, they were personal, they were poignant. They spoke about our love for our community and our fear of what our future could bring. I do not have a lot of prepared facts or a speech, but one fact I know, everyone in this room cares about this community. They care about our children. Everyone here, up there, back there, they want our children to be safe. I don't think there's one person here that would want someone speeding past a school. I have been pulled over by a Milford policeman. I thanked him. I said, thank you for reminding me that we need to protect our children, protect our community. But what's happened is I'm a mom, I'm a school teacher, I write children's books. And as I said, we really care, we want this to be safe, but I am now scared to leave my house. I'm scared to go to Lowe's and go buy a piece of wood to put in my new deck. I am scared because we have now become this society of surveillance. And I think one of the things I'm scared of is that I want to be able to write books. I want to be able to read books like 1984. I don't want to feel like I'm living 1984. So I just want to reach out to all of you to really listen to all this wealth of information that we have and make us safe, make us not be in an Orwellian society, make us be in the city that we all know and love. Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Dennis Roy. I live at 50 Autumn Ridge Road in Milford. I'd just like to point out a couple of things. If you think that this system was designed so that you can find somebody's stolen Hyundai or Kia, you're wrong. If that was the case, the data that collected and kept would just be the stuff that was flagged. It collects and keeps all the data. I'm not a computer guy, but I know that costs money. So there's a reason that they're collecting all that data. It's not a hobby. I'm sure there's not a guy with a data center stuffing all the stuff in there so he has it. They're selling that data. You all got rid of everyone's rights in this room and sent it down the road without a thought. I'd like to see maybe a show of hands how many people actually read the contract. Because part of the contract, thank you, sir, part of the contract says worldwide. Part of the contract says worldwide. So they're collecting this data from all over the world. Who's buying this? I don't know, but somebody's buying it because nobody does anything for free. Nobody is in business to lose money. That wasn't the business plan here. Right? They're charging you to take the pictures, and then they're taking that information and they're selling it to somebody else. Yeah, exactly. There's a limit to what you can give away that belongs to me. None of you said, oh, let's go ask the citizens. Anybody take a vote on this? Anybody here vote on this? No. So I think about this point after the 2+ hour parade of people that are opposed to this, maybe you guys are backing the wrong horse. I hope you do something about it. Fight the power.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Michael Brunner. I'm a resident at 188 Cherry Street here in Milford. There's been a lot of discussion already said about the 31 license plate readers centered around our city. And I know this isn't a forum for questions, but I doubt that's the true number of cameras actually connected to the Flock network. Simply Googling Milford Flock cameras, you'll conveniently find buried on the third page of Google a website, flock.connect, and it says, quote, "Together we will make Milford safer." And on this website, I have the option to either register the location of my Ring camera, or if I'm a personal business, I can connect my security cameras outside my business to this larger network. And better yet, we'll pay for it. So my question, and again, I don't expect an answer, is what's the true scale of the surveillance going on in our city? I know I'm being tracked if I drive my car here or to the green, but am I being tracked and videotaped and surveilled if I'm walking my dog down the green? That's fundamentally not reading my license plate. That is taking a picture and video of me, what I'm doing, what I'm wearing, where I went, how long I was in town. So that's one of the main concerns that I have. Secondly, and this has been said a few times up here, I want to really stress the importance of accuracy. No technology is going to be 100% perfect, but your own transparency portal, which is ironically hosted on Flock's website, boasts over 600,000 images, unique images of license plates captured in the last 30 days. Now, if we give Flock some very generous leeway here and assume that that's 99.9% accurate, that's over 500 misattributed license plates. Flock only boasts an accuracy rating of between 92 and 96. So now we're into the thousands of misattributed license plates every month. And an independent study conducted in California over 2 years found that the accuracy was actually closer to 72%. So that's 100,000 misattributed license plates potentially within the span of 30 days. So I urge you all to take everything that everyone said here into consideration. Take down the cameras, fund boots on the ground police force, and physical measures to reduce speed on our roads. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Jay. I live on Cottage Street. just like to, a lot of people have said things that make a lot of sense tonight. I don't need to repeat a lot of them, but I'd like all the citizens here to know that it's not just Flock. Flock is the name people know, but there are many companies. There's Leonardo, there's Axon, there's Fusus, there's ShotSpotter. We don't want it replaced. We want it taken down forever. Do not replace it with something else like other towns in Connecticut have. We've seen it before. We do not want it. These license plate readers get it wrong almost 40% of the time. That's an insane number. 40% of the time, you guys get the wrong plate, okay? This is ridiculous. What are you guys doing? We're your citizens. You're here to protect us. We don't need to be constantly surveilled, okay? The Flock cameras are, they're a Fourth Amendment violation, and if it required a judicial warrant for the police to do this search, it doesn't make sense to just outsource it to a third-party company that doesn't create a legal loophole, okay? You can't just take something that takes a warrant and give it to a third-party company. That doesn't work like that. Thank you very much.
My iPad security let me in. Okay. Can everyone hear me properly? Louder? Can everyone hear me properly now? Okay, I was going to deploy teacher voice otherwise. First off, this is an ADA fail. I am hard of hearing. I run live captioning software for when I can't pick up things with my amplified hearing. This is so muddy, I am reading Mad Libs on my phone. So please, take this seriously. All right. Also, I just got a little news feed. ICE is weaponizing social media, tracking its critics, so things like that you might want to keep in mind. Okay, from the record here, Milford already has, now I caught 68, there are probably more by now.
Excuse me, can you please give your name and address and then go
my
from there?
apologies.
Thank you.
Kathleen Francis, 1 Gillette Street. I've lived in Milford since the late 90s. Okay, so Milford has, the count I got last night was 68 Flock cameras installed. Most of us didn't even know that number until we started hunting it down. 3 of them were vandalized on the Boston Post Road 2 weeks ago. I'm not condoning that, but when residents are pulling cameras down with their hands, that's not fringe paranoia. That is people telling you they feel unseen and unheard by this process. One resident told News 8, there is no signage. You don't even know you're being logged. There are apps. There is, I will post them on next door soon. There are 2 apps that will tell you where the cameras are and how to route your trips around them. Now, this is not hypothetical, right? This is already happening in this state. Connecticut's own I-Team found roughly 1,727 immigration or ICE-related searches run by outside agencies against Connecticut Flock data. Searches that are no longer legal under state law, which means they already happened before anyone closed that door. That is not a company's promise about the future, that is an audit log. We are not the first Connecticut town to have this conversation. Killingworth and Windsor have both already voted to pull their Flock cameras over exactly these types of concerns. Data storage and who can access it. Windsor's first selectman said that the disturbing privacy stories about Flock started arriving the day after he signed the contract. Killingworth paid $14,600 a year for just 4 units.
Ma'am, you're way over 3 minutes.
I'm sorry?
You're way over 3 minutes. Can you wrap it up?
Okay, can I say one last line? There's an old line from Stalin's secret police named Beria. Show me the man, and I will show you the crime.
Hi, good evening, and thank you. Just FYI, like planning and zoning went to midnight the other night, so we're still doing pretty good. So Sarah Bromley, 27 Norway Street. I am editing my original comments because I'm noticing something. I am a teacher. I notice patterns, and I'm bothered by what this repeating pattern of the fact that the relationship between our municipal boards and our people keeps looping and looping in this negative loop that I don't think we need. I feel like there are times when, because y'all fear this type of response, you might want to slide things in without a full conversation. We could be having community gatherings about these types of things so that we fully understand last year what the $550,000 were exactly going to be spent on. We had time to talk about that first. Maybe you wouldn't have all this. Like, I think it's a little ass backwards, honestly. Like, we could talk about this stuff. You don't have to be afraid of us. We are your neighbors. We appreciate you for your volunteerism, and we can work together. And tonight shows that we can work in a bipartisan manner because we do really care about a lot of the same things if we could only take the time to talk to each other. So this is my real speech, though. When a city builds a surveillance network, the burden never falls evenly. People with the least power are usually asked to surrender the most privacy, pay the highest price. Flocks should concern every resident, but the dangers are even greater for immigrants, people of color, LGBTQ plus folks, activists, survivors of abuse, anyone whose safety depends on keeping their movements private. Surveillance has never been neutral for marginalized communities. Technology described as objective still operates within systems shaped by human bias. One incorrect database entry, one misuse of the system, one change in policy, or one outside agency gaining access can turn an innocent trip into reason for suspicion. And the financial burden, let's don't forget about that. It might be easy to call a $75 ticket accountability when $75 will not determine whether your family can buy groceries, but for someone living paycheck to paycheck, that ticket could mean less money for medication, childcare, utilities, or rent, simply because they were driving to work. So a flat fine, not an equal punishment. The less money you have, the more severe that punishment becomes. So it's functioning like a regressive tax, hitting the people who can least afford it the hardest, while barely inconveniencing those with money. So we all want safer streets. Marginalized communities want safe streets too. Real safety means preventing dangerous driving before someone gets hurt. Thank you so much.
I'm a little nervous because I've never done this before, but I am going to change the topic for the next 3 minutes. Good evening, Mayor, members of the Board of Aldermen. My name is Lisa Tarver, and my husband, Robert, and I live on 83 Cork Road in Milford, Connecticut, and I am here to speak for the Save Our Golf Carts community. I would like to address the rapid rise of the usage of e-bikes and scooters on our local roads and the banning of golf carts in our beach communities. First, I would like to start by offering our thoughts and prayers for the young man and his family that was injured in an e-bike incident on Sunday. By now, most of us have encountered an e-bike traveling the wrong way down a one-way, running lights, crossing in front of you at a light, and performing wheelies all over town. This week, I encountered one going the wrong way down Beach Road at the flag, and right at that blind spot. And we were lucky enough that my car and this e-bike stopped before we hit. And there was 2 young gentlemen on it, and I said, guys, you have to go the right way when you're on a runway. And you know what the passenger did? And they took off. Okay? It's funny, but it really is not funny. The 2024 ordinance that bans ATVs and dirt bikes explicitly excludes e-bikes and has resulted in the explosion of e-bikes on our roads, driven by people, mainly by people who are too young to obtain a driver's license. There is currently no strong local ordinance targeting the reckless operations we are witnessing. We now have underage, unlicensed, unregulated drivers all over our city. Some of these e-bikes travel up to 32 miles per hour without being modified. They are now faster than the low-speed vehicles, which require a license and a registration. I think we can all agree that a responsible licensed adult such as myself, operating a slow-moving, equipped properly equipped golf cart under clear rules poses a far less risk to the public than the current unregulated e-bike free-for-all. When was the last time you saw a golf cart on Route 1 or Naugatuck Avenue or out past dark, except for on the 4th of July? And they aren't going down the main roads. They're just out past dark because the state law says, one second, golf carts in Milford Beach communities have been under state law without any problems. In regards to the scooters, while I understand that many of these vehicles are used as a primary means of transportation, they can also be driven by persons that have no formal knowledge of our traffic laws or a license. We respectfully request that the board and the city's traffic authority begin the process of adopting a legal ordinance under CGS 14-300G, authorizing golf carts designated with street limits of 25 miles per hour or less, especially near the beaches, following the exact equipment and daylight-only requirements already set by the state law. The state has already given Milford the legal tool. We ask you to use it to create safe, fair laws for e-bikes and scooters that protect our residents, their children, and our communities. In the end, I ask you to continue to keep Milford and its residents safe while still keeping our small city with a big heart traditions alive. Thank you.
Devin Lawless, 342 Foxwood Lane, Milford. 342 Foxwood Lane, Milford, Devin Lawless. Can you hear me? So I want to say thank you for listening, and that I'm a school teacher in New Haven. I used to feel safe here in Milford. I grew up here. I felt safe walking down the street. Now that these cameras have been installed, I feel less safe. This data is being collected, and it isn't properly safeguarded. People argue it's for the children's safety. I argue the opposite. What's stopping someone from getting this information and stalking children, knowing exactly where a child is to snatch them up? Some of these cameras are turned onto people's homes 24 hours a day. What's stopping someone from stealing a child out of someone's front yard? I want to feel safe in Milford again. Please help us and take these cameras down. It's an overreach of our rights, and in the wrong hands, it can be dangerous. Instead of cameras, install speed bumps. Put up cameras on school buses like in New Haven. Thank you.
Barry Lawless, 41 Pauline Street, Milford, Connecticut. First, I want to commend you guys for sitting for so long. It's tough. I can't imagine. I had stood for a while. A few things I want to bring up to clarify. Number one, it's more than just the Fourth Amendment here at risk. The Ninth and 14th Amendment also guard personal liberties against fundamental rights against states' intrusion into people, okay? So the 9th and 14th Amendments guarantee that the states don't intrude on us. Another thing I wanted to bring up to clarify is these cameras are a lot more invasive than people realize. They have infrared cameras, which means they can see through plastic bags if you put this on top of them. They can see who's in the car. Also, these cameras have sensors that pick up every electronic device in the car, including the TPMS sensors of the car, the GPS sensor of the car. If you have a smartphone or smart radio or smart device, it knows that. And so it knows everybody in the car and where they're going and tracks them. And that is a violation of our rights. And saying that, one last thing I wanted to say is the problem I also have is that you're trying to follow the roads in Milford. The road speed changes constantly, and it's hard to know when you're going from a 25 to a 30 or vice versa. And it comes up on you very quickly. So I'm afraid that I may have gotten violated by the cameras also. And one other thing, I'd like to agree with that lady who came just before us. These e-bikes also are very dangerous. These kids are running around and they think they own the roads, and we have to get them under control. Thank you very much.
Good evening. My name is Jack Guglielmi. I live at 970 East Broadway. I've been in the city for 46 years. The purpose of my comments, I support public safety. I'm not opposed to technology when used responsibly. Vehicles today have advanced safety features such as automatic braking, lane changing assistant, impact preparations. Why am I asking for a review? Because vehicle technology and road conditions have changed so much. I believe the city should review whether the 25-mile-an-hour speed limit still reflects today's realities. Historical context. Based on the State of Connecticut website, the city speed limit dates back to 1901, when it was a 12-mile-an-hour for the city, 14-mile-an-hour for the rural areas. That's more than 125 years later. The standard is now 25 miles an hour, which is only a 13-mile-an-hour increase over 125 years. I believe that history shows why a fresh review is reasonable. I am also concerned about the certification of the camera system. According to the State of Connecticut information, the certification occurred in May of this year. The next certification is not scheduled until May of 2027. I would like to know what happens if a camera goes out of calibration during that time. That's it. Thank you very much.
Hi, I'm Jason from 7 Greenview Lane. So I read Chief Mello's letter, and I was somewhat off-put when looking for more information about the flock cameras, that I was referred to use a Google search, and I put that criteria in. I was led to the first result being Flock's own website. So the more information from the town I would expect to be on the government site. Instead, I was referred to the corporation that stands to profit from increasing their share of contracts and being, increasing their share through the country. But I also found that the only other town that has access to the camera or APLR information is Orange. I don't know if Milford and Orange police departments have a mandatory two-factor authentication policy for all the officers or anyone else that can access the data for these cameras. It can be something that there's a data breach, there's social engineering attempts, someone gets access to this data, and if you're not getting access through the individual on the software, there is also very somewhat simple means, and Flock cannot guarantee the safety or security of their own devices. There's vulnerabilities known physically. There's certain button presses on the back of the device which will activate a sort of Android debug mode, which will open up the Wi-Fi, allow for a hotspot to be connected, and suddenly you have access to install malware. You can access the data. You can affect that data in a way that makes it not admissible in court if you can determine that someone's accessed it and modified it in any way, or that software. The software on the Flock cameras is running a version of Android that is from 2021 that has hundreds of known vulnerabilities. We can't really determine that these devices are safe or secure from not only the officers or anyone with actual authorized access, but from any bad actor that stands to want to access that data at any time for whatever reason that they choose. If there's a stalker, if there's anyone that wants to track anyone's whereabouts and identify their daily habits, that's something that really cannot, again, Flock cannot guarantee the safety or ability to prevent those vulnerabilities from being a danger to the public, and I think it could be a danger to the people of Milford. Finally, it seems common that this is snuck into many towns. These public forums seem to come after they've already gone into the town. These kind of crop up without much public comment until suddenly people are already upset and then show up. Clearly, there was a huge crowd today, and I can't imagine that this wouldn't happen again until there's some action that is taken to eliminate these cameras, at least without a big security audit or review, that we can be certain that this data is safe. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Adam Sable, 461 Swanson Crescent. Unfortunately, I needed to be here. There's another bunch of things I could be doing. I have a father on his deathbed that probably isn't going to make it another 3 days, and I've inherited an 89-year-old woman with dementia. But here I am because this is very important to me. Now, I've watched all these changes. I've been in Milford now for 43 years and lived here 38 of them. I'm probably since what we will call the Great Lockdown, I guess, and all that bullshit with being stuck with shit that we should have never been stuck with, I had to recourse and go into the line of work of delivery because that was a big thing. I do Uber, Grubhub, DoorDash, Instacart, and GoPuff. I don't really leave Milford, so at a 40-hour, 50-hour work week, I'm probably the most tracked car in this town, all right? With that being said, I've done certain things to it. You know, there's reflective stickers that will not let it read. I've got 2 shades of thing on. You can't even read my plate unless you're within 2 feet of it. And that's the only time you really need to be able to have to see it anyways. You know what I mean? Because under lights, you could see it no problem. And during the daytime, if you're close enough, you can read it. But the flock can't. And I'm glad that some people are educated enough to understand that it doesn't just read your plate. It reads every electronic device that is in your car if you drive by it slow enough and you're one of the only cars in the area. It has a harder time doing a group. I know this because pedophile Pete talked about this in one of his webinars or whatever. We all know who pedophile Pete is? Yes, because when the gentleman puts cameras at schools and gymnasiums, he's a fucking pedophile. All right? And he's with all the other ones because he's, I believe, the 15th most mentioned name in the Epstein file. And this is the same, when Flock also came out, I said, Flock, I said, that's a real interesting name. I said, flocks fly. And I said to myself, you know, within a year, I bet you they're gonna fly. Well, by next year, if they stay in place, they're gonna fly. And they're going to follow you, and they don't need to go over, they can't go over your property, or they can't over 500 feet, but they can follow you right down the street, track your car. This is also the same sick individual that now has created the technology. I wish people would, I see too much. And in any case, I saw another one of his webinars and trying to sell for security. And he has now made a device that can basically take you out in large numbers and drone capability and the size of your hand. And you all guys got in the bed with him and didn't read shit except for one individual because you had no idea who you were even dealing with. So understand that. And if you're here to protect the people, at least protect the children because they are what matter. Because I lost my daughter 3.5 years ago to someone who was mentally unstable and took my daughter's life because she wanted to break up with him. And they hit that tree at 70 miles an hour. Okay? So, what I want you to do is I want you to rethink all this. Because you know what? If you don't do anything about it, they will. Good day. Thank you.
Yeah, hi guys. James Cavallo, 70 Ocean Ave. So I'm a father of 4. I have a 19-year-old son, 17-year-old son, and I got a daughter who just turned 16. And every time my sons drive through these speed traps, then the tickets come to me. And so how did it get like that? Like, could you imagine the 19-year-old kids driving down the highway and a cop pulls them over? Hey, I got you doing 70 and a 55. I'm going to send your dad a ticket now. Like, why is it like that? And by the way, I don't think it's just parents that are dealing with this. I think it's also small business owners. So if you own like a landscaping business, for example, you know, you got your trucks are out and about doing their thing. Your employees go through these things, and the tickets go to the business owner, not the person who was speeding. And it kind of got me wondering, like, what happens if it's a City of Milford car? Like, let's say, for example, it's a building inspector going out to a job site and they speed through these. Then where does the ticket go? So I kind of, is this the kind of thing where it's just sort of like rules for thee but not me? Yeah. All right, thank you.
Hello, Anthony Serta, 19 Arlemont Street. I just wanted to address the question of how is this different than a cop, running a license plate or following a suspicious car, and that is one of scale, which is flock is indiscriminate and massive in scale. And in many other parts of life, and many other laws, we've decided that more targeted surgical approaches are fine, legal, but when you scale them up massively, like Flock is doing, it becomes unconstitutional and bad for the public. So I implore you to please take down these cameras. And also, this was 2 hours ago, but I concur about changing the transfer times. Thank you.
Good evening. Jane Dennison, Whitney Avenue here in Milford. Can we please stop calling them safety cameras and call them what they really are? They are mass surveillance cameras, and they are being forced on us under the guise of safety. The installation of these cameras is not keeping us safe. These cameras in real time do not prevent crime. A camera mounted on a pole will not prevent us from being assaulted on our city streets, or a child from being abducted from a playground. A camera mounted on a pole will not prevent us from being hit by a speeding, distracted, or drunk driver. It seems rather careless that you chose to invest $550,000 on catching criminals after the fact, rather than prevention. Prevention by the way of investing that money into building a stronger city police force. In fact, what we are learning is the data that's being collected and shared is creating criminals as it is being abused by both law enforcement and government officials. We are also learning that due to errors being made, whether it be plate misreads, poor facial recognition, or human carelessness during data entry, dozens of innocent people's lives have been put at risk. Innocent people are being stopped, detained, sometimes at gunpoint, and in several cases, even jailed. It seems we are all now guilty until proven innocent. However, what makes me feel most unsafe with the use of these mass surveillance cameras is the safety of our future and the potential and very real threat of government overreach and abuse. Today, we have been stripped of our Fourth Amendment constitutional right. I think we can all admit we already feel the threat of losing our First Amendment constitutional right. How long before we have no rights at all? If we can do the research and get our hands on this data regarding the errors being made, the innocent victims being wrongfully accused, and the abuse of camera data, I know that all of you can also do the research and get your hands on this data. I don't think any of us wants to believe that this is the way you want to serve our community. And with that said, I ask you, cancel all contracts, remove all cameras.
Good evening, everybody. Jerry Farina, 31 Bonzaline Street. As I look at my clock, or my watch here, we're going on 2.5 hours public comment. If everybody in this room got up and talked, you'd be ordering breakfast sandwiches. These cameras gotta go. They really do. You got a problem on your hands. Now, I realize that some of you that are sitting on this board probably weren't on the board that approved this. Okay, so I applaud you. But you all of you, have an opportunity to correct this problem. Okay? And I noticed that some of you didn't get up and go to the bathroom. Some of you did. So, without any further ado, please try to do the right thing. And I'll close you with an issue that occurred, I witnessed on Anderson Avenue. I was going toward the Pilot gas station, way before that, at the Five Corners intersection. And I just went through it after the light changed, and there was a school bus stopped facing me on the opposite side of the road, naturally. The red lights were on, the gate was open. And this person that was following me, obviously, was a little upset because I had to stop. They passed me on the right and went right through passing that school bus. Are we going to wait until somebody gets really hurt? Thank you very much.
Evening, Mike Listorti, 35 Prospect Street. Almost everything's been said about the potential breaches of the Fourth Amendment here tonight, so I'll take my conversation in a different direction. Is anybody here familiar or an expert in metadata? Has anybody here ever red-penned or negotiated a contract with a FANG company? This is an $8.6 billion valued tech company. Who knows here how an Amazon S3 bucket functions? The cloud infrastructure which all the data in Flock's system rests on. 30 days. 30 days. Data is deleted. I'm sorry, there is no law you can cite, federal, state, local, that makes Flock adhere to a 30-day deletion of data. Again, does anybody here understand what an Amazon S3 bucket is and how it functions? We've got one back here. But what matters is who up here does. So I'll wrap up with this. I think it's been a resounding answer on how the public feels. This is a town of 50,000 plus residents. I'm not sure what you will take home with you tonight, but I know everyone in the audience is going to be looking, waiting, and appreciating some feedback and what your thoughts are on what's transpired here this evening. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Bill Wargo. I live at 357 Plains Road. As a Milford resident, I have major concerns over the Flock camera system. It creates a permanent record of where innocent people travel on a day-to-day basis, all without any suspicion of wrongdoing. We should be able to go about our daily routines without being surveyed, especially in public spaces. Continuous collection and long-term storage of the data changes our right to privacy, especially when we are talking about children. If a child is someone's intended target, then this data becomes very valuable to them. There are already numerous accounts of misuse out there across the country. And no matter how well intended something is, there will always be people who tend to abuse that. And you cannot possibly know everyone's intent who has access to this kind of power. as well as someone who has the ability to hack the system. Our personal information is constantly being stolen. I get letters all the time that from my credit card, my doctor, everybody's stealing my information. And the Fourth Amendment protects Americans against unreasonable search and seizure. And this is mass, warrantless tracking of innocent people rather than targeted investigations based on individualized suspicion. Please vote to remove the flock system. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Mary Wargo. I live on 357 Plains Road. I'm concerned about the prospect of the flock cameras. I don't have firsthand experience with them, but I think it's easy enough to research about them, learning why other cities are removing them. Looking at the news about vandalism of the cameras, which recently occurred here in Milford. Do we really want to spend time waging a war to outsmart vandals? Like eventually having extra cameras pointing to other cameras just to catch these criminals? Then there is the basic wisdom. Criminological studies on surveillance cameras clearly show that they do not reduce crime, they merely move it. If a criminal knows a neighborhood has license plate readers at the main intersections, they simply take a different route or use a different vehicle. They do not stop committing crimes. They just work around the surveillance. You may hear it tooted how many leads the cameras provide, but a lead is not a conviction. Having a license plate number doesn't mean the person driving the car is the person who committed the crime, and it doesn't guarantee a prosecution. Most of the high-volume crimes are committed by individuals who use stolen plates, cover their faces, or use cars that aren't registered to them. Surveillance technology is remarkably ineffective against the most common types of street crime because criminals adapt faster than the technology is updated. What we really need instead is a stronger police force, not defunding them and thinking that some new technology will fill the void. Thank you.
My name is Christina Ramos, and I live on 28 Pearl Hill Street. I was here a month ago speaking on behalf of the monopoles being put up all around Milford, especially behind Pearl Hill Street. I wanted to say thank you to everyone who has come out to Pearl Hill Street to look at the area, to observe what UI and Metro North has done. We've lived there for 36 years, and we have never seen so many trees and so much land being taken down. And we are still waiting a month later for some answers, for some conclusions, for some kind of help from someone. Westport, Fairfield, Bridgeport, many other towns have been able to get this project stopped, put on halt, and are in the court systems right now. We need Milford to come up to the plate. We need to hear some information coming from UI. We need to know that communication has been made to UI. We want to know that there has been some communication between UI and Metro North in regards to these monopoles, in regards to fixing what has been damaged behind in our properties. Please continue to help us. Thank you.
Hi, when I drove out my street to come here, there were cameras that notified you or notified the police what car I was driving. I live on Loomis Street, and then my name's Randy Jackson. I have about 3 minutes of notes here that a lot of people have covered tonight.
Sir?
Yes.
Your name and address for the record, please.
I did that already. Loomis Street, Randy Jackson. I want to have policing. But I want policing protecting us from companies like Flock. As other people have spoken about, they're not a trustworthy company that have violated a lot of other cities that have tried to remove the cameras. And cities have had to resort to cover them with trash bags and had Flock come back and reinstall them. This is not a company that we want to have. We want a small city with a big heart, not a small city with a big brother. I know it's hard to hire, but I'd rather have my taxes go to paying a police officer than outsource the policing to an AI. There's oversight for police, and one of these things that the companies provide is a way to end run around getting warrants. If they're surveilling constantly, it makes it a way so that police can access the database without going through the usual restrictions that they would have to go to. So I would love if Milford would stand up for me. I've lived here since the late 90s, and I'd rather the city support us rather than being big brother over me. Some of the ways that other places have tried to restrict this, and I know that Connecticut has a new law coming into effect on October 1st that will take care of some of the issues that people have talked about here. New Hampshire has a law that's even more restrictive. They limit the data to only 3 minutes of retention. The problem is that in that 3 minutes, you can already train AI, use that data, and incorporate it in the metadata that people were talking about earlier. And also, Flock, unfortunately, already is known to violate restrictions that people have tried to put in place. It's been a long night. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, guys. Matthew Gibbs, 38 Elaine Road. Just wanted to thank you guys. I think the whole board here came in here with the best of intentions, but out of respect to everybody, I think the path to hell was paved with good intentions, and we all just need to tread lightly, and we all need to just take a step back with caution and be careful about it. I work in the Department of Corrections. I'm in Bridgeport, and I'm in the most surveilled building in Connecticut. There's cameras at every corner, and there's still crimes happen every day. The inmates or the offenders, they don't care that they're being watched. We care, because we would hesitate because we're being watched too. So some of the officers in my building sometimes think twice when they want to step in and act. When the inmates or the offenders, they don't care. They break the law every day in there. So in reality, the safety is in numbers. I want to see officers out there. I don't see enough officers in my town unless there's big events. Like the Oyster Fest, I feel safe because there's a lot of police presence. When it was the 4th of July, there was a lot of police presence. I felt safe. I don't feel safe when I'm just being watched. And I'm watched all day, and I like to be not watched when I go home. I'd feel a lot more comfortable as a Milford citizen, and that's all I hope for, and I think everybody else here speaks for the same thing. And that's really it, guys. I mean, the money is the other thing, but I mean, that's a conversation for another day. The money that you guys are generating, we could be investing in more officers. We could be making more money from the guys who are going 40 and a 25. We can catch those guys, and we can deter guys if there's more officers there. I don't want to see any more hand-holding in Washington parking lot. I want to see them on the streets. Instead of at Live Oaks, there's a camera, there should be an officer there. I feel better with that. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Deborah Zito. I live on Woodruff Road. So there was never a vote to put all these flock cameras and speed enforcement cameras up. The system enables mass surveillance without consent and poses a risk of misuse. These cameras are predatory and pervasive technologies. Flock's nationwide database poses a safety risk for the public. There have been data breaches. People have an expectation of privacy to data that reveals their movements in the physical world. Rational people know it comes down to violating personal liberties. There is constant tracking of every car that passes, not just suspects, innocent targets. Over 99% of drivers scanned have done nothing wrong. Police track everyday movements without a judge's permission. There have been false alarms where system errors can lead to scary police stops, and with AI footage can be manipulated. As far as the speed enforcement cameras, it's all about the money. They put one up at the end of my street right after a slight incline where you actually have to put on your brake to go 25 miles an hour. It's entrapment. The city could have put in a speed bump. Unlike one of the only streets in a residential area that doesn't have a school there. That being said, just think about how much someone could learn about your life if cameras tracked where you drove. They could find out which doctors you visit, what house of faith you worship at, who you visit or drive around with. This is unprecedented spying, and it's terrifying. So that being said, we are asking that the flock cameras be taken down and contracts not be removed.
Tried to do a little tap on here, but it's not working. Scott Van Fleet, 445 Milford Point Road. I've been hit hard with my daughter. She grew up here. I've been here, a lifetime resident. Love my town of Milford. Not going to give up on it. My daughter has no interest to even live here anymore. We lost one major tax and contributor, and all of a sudden you got storage units going up, apartment buildings going up, sky rises going up everywhere. It's horrible, and this is another money grab. How much money do we need? It's sad, because I would love to have my grandchildren grow up in Milford. I love this town. And I see it disintegrating slowly. When it comes to traffic, let the Milford Police Traffic Division take care of it. They can put speed bumps in. They can monitor it. When the school children are going to school, you have presence. Put a police presence there. We don't need cameras. I'm not going to speech out all these statutes, which are wrong, which I believe. This is the Constitution state. Why don't we make an example for the rest of the country? Let's get it right. We don't have to be monitored. I am a driving instructor in the transportation industry, also with children. And one of the things that they're doing right is they're not even giving a 5-mile-an-hour cushion anymore. They're giving them a 2-mile-an-hour cushion. So if it's 30 miles an hour, and they're doing it under 28, they fail them. If they do over 32, they fail them. They're a little lenient, but those are the new rules, and we're getting there slowly but surely. And my point is, this is how we should attack this. Slowly but surely, not invading. Okay. I just wanted to make it short and sweet, and thank you for your time.
Good evening, everybody. My name is David Filoni. I didn't prepare anything. I agree with Deborah over there. It's not a matter, in my opinion, it's not a matter of speed, it's a matter of situation. Woodruff Road is so wide open, you can clearly see anybody, and you can drive safely going, I'll say it 40 miles an hour in some spots, because you can clearly see that there's no harm done. My street, Broadway, is 25. Houses are blocking the view. You should be going 25 because you can't see kids going across. Going down West Shore, like Jamie said, it's going down a hill. Even though there's a school there, there's no kids there, you can clearly see most of the time that there's no harm going 40. Certainly if somebody's going 60, that's insane. Have a cop there, take the hell out of them. Somebody's going 40 when you can perfectly see clearly. It's silly. Add speed bumps, like if you want to stop it, add those flashing lights like you see in some towns in Florida, and call it what it is. Speak up, say yes, it's a money grab. Don't be bashful. That's one thing I don't like, is you don't have enough to say, you know what, we're just trying to get the money. Obviously it is, because it's not about speed, it's about the situation. You could be going 32 miles an hour when school's open, that's bad. Have a cop give him a ticket. When nobody's there, 8 o'clock at night, and you clearly see, don't give me a $75 ticket, get a gallon of milk when I'm thinking about working out with Rich at the gym, and I have a bad day when nobody's there. It's insane, it's not right. It's a bunch of BS. Thank you. Have a nice night.
Anyone else want to address the board at this time? Seeing none, Alderman Healy, agenda item number 3.
Thank you. Consideration of minutes of the regular meeting of the Board of Aldermen held on July 6, 2026.
Second. Motion has been made and seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Alderman Healy, agenda item number 4.
Agenda item number 4, consideration of the minutes of the special meeting of the Board of Aldermen. Board of Aldermen Ordinance Committee special meeting and public hearing held on July 6, 2026.
Second. Motion was made and seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Agenda item number 5, Chairman's report and recommendations. I'm going to yield my report to Chief Mello, Milford Police Department. Chief.
Good evening, and good evening to everyone behind me as well. But I am addressing the board, so I will face the board. I think we can all agree on one thing.
I'm so sorry, Chief. Can you just get a little closer to the mic? Thank you.
I think we can all agree on one thing. We definitely need a new sound system. And I did my best to try to capture and listen to what everyone said, but it was difficult because it's hard to hear, especially in the corner over there. But I tried to take some notes, and I want to just frame this on how this started, because what's been evident to me and what I've heard, and I know some of you were new, and there were a lot of things that were said, and I hope that I can provide some clarity, maybe fill in some gaps. But let me start with how all this started. I've always tried to keep this department on the cutting edge. I've always tried to keep everyone here safe. That's my goal. People that work for me know I'm passionate about it, just as passionate as the folks here are over this issue tonight. And I've been doing this long enough to know that while we certainly can use more police officers, and we should have more police officers, and we can talk about that, but tools are important. The tools of the trade matter, and the tools of the trade evolve. So let me just frame this for everyone here. In 2024, I submitted to this board, not that I was required to, but I submitted a public safety plan. And I'd worked on it for years. And it's what I thought Milford needed for the future. I try to really be a student of law enforcement and of what's going on in the country and what's effective and what's not. I watch crime stats. I listen to what people say, because you hear people that come here tonight and on your meetings. I hear people every day. I hear people at their worst. I hear people that are victims. And things really resonate when you're a victim and you're in fear. And it happened to your child or your parents or in your neighborhood. And they all point the finger at me, and I accept that responsibility. I need police officers, but I also need tools. And so I submitted this public safety plan. And one of the things and I also submitted to the Board of Police Commissioners. It was a public record. And I said we need an ordinance, and I worked with the mayor. We need an ordinance to address the street takeovers because people were in fear. And unless you were there in that street and you were dragged out of your car and you were with your family and they were banging on your car, if you've been in there, if you've been in that situation, it's fearful. I feel that fear. How do we address that? Well, I don't normally say this, but I think right now I got like 9 police officers on the road. So there isn't enough police officers to put in every corner. And we get calls and we respond, and like always, it seems like we're never there in time. There's never a police officer when you need it. And it's kind of true, especially with all the time they spend doing reports. And we all have to wear videos, we have to have dash cams, it's all by law, and we spend hours cataloging. We have to watch those videos, we have to catalog those videos. And so there's not as much available time as you would think. I wish there was. And so I thought, we don't chase anybody, people are running from us. Last year we had 223 or 224 people run from us that we tried to stop. Talk to people in the Gulf Street area that are unhappy when people are breaking into their cars and we show up and we don't catch them because they run across your lawn and they want to know, what are you doing about it? So I'm thinking, all right, how do I work with an existing law? A lot of laws I've worked on myself. Many of you know that. And so what tools are available? So we wanted to pass this ordinance so we had a little bit more teeth and so we could seize these vehicles because we thought the deterrent value would be important. I mean, it probably wasn't going to do much because people are still going to run from us. But that was the first thing we did. And the second thing we did is we watched what happened at the state legislature. And they enacted a law, automatic traffic enforcement safety devices for red light and speed cameras. They're all over the world, all over the country. I know there's people here that have probably gotten tickets and maybe your son or daughter was at school and you got stuck with it. And so we never had those in Connecticut. And they started coming to Connecticut. I really wasn't interested, didn't really think much about it. I watched other towns enact it. By the way, West Hartford is enacting it along with LPRs. I know some of the things that were mentioned. There was like 14 towns that have speed cameras, and there are another 12 or 10 or 11 in the pipe. And there'll be more. And so we looked at data, and we said, is this something that works in Milford? And I looked at where we were in terms of how many cars we were stopping. And it went from 10,000, 7,000, 4,000, 2,000. And there's a lot more violations out there. Because we put measurement devices, we put cameras out there, we put speed measuring devices. Why? Because as the chairman of the police commission knows, that's what we hear all the time. That's what the number one complaint in Milford is, speeding. It is number one complaint in most agencies, or most municipalities. I'm sorry? In most municipalities. And so how do we best address that? And so we looked at this and we started taking measurements and we looked at accidents and we looked at fatals. And we ran these tests, we ran them again, and we looked at the data and said, okay, these are the locations. And one of the things we focused on were schools. We were surprised. Gulf Street, if you live on Gulf Street, it is one of the most complained about streets since I've been chief, and especially since it was widened. And Woodruff Road is, and Governor's Ave is, and so forth. And so when people are saying you're not doing enough, they're right. And I said to you, so we decided, let's look at this speed camera program and this red light program, and let's let the data decide where the devices go. And so I came to you. Also in this plan, I included LPRs in this plan. It was there in 2024, you had it, the commission had it. I came to you with this traffic safety reduction plan. We worked hard on that. Spent a lot of time on that, had a lot of measurements. And I told you that the speed camera law that was debated at Connecticut, in the state of Connecticut, where people voted and there was debate and there was constructive debate and conversations. And so we started looking at it, and I asked you to pass the ordinance, and you did in a bipartisan way. And then that caused us, the next thing following the law was to work on building a plan for speed cameras, and we did. And you asked us to make sure we went for RFP, and we did. And so we went to RFP, we selected a vendor, all the vendors, except for one, was cost neutral, which is what the other communities are experiencing. There's a $15 admin fee, and that pays for that. They don't take any of the fines. And I told you then, I'll tell you again, the fines weren't for the police department, as some people are saying. The fines are in statute that says it has to go to improving traffic safety. Widening roads, sidewalks, putting in crosswalks, putting new stoplights out. One of the things we've always wanted to do, but nobody wanted to pay for it, is we think that all these crosswalks should have lights. We should have this like we have here with signal lights, so you hit the button and the signal goes off. Those are what I think you should use it for, but that's not my decision. I'm not involved in the money. And so we took the plan, we brought the plan to you, you approved it. We had a public hearing. We actually had two. We had one at the Board of Police Commissioners, then we had another formal one. And then we learned some things about one of the locations, and we added that location. And people came out, and they came out in quantities. And we did something else, and it's great that everyone's here, and these people all matter. But so are the people that aren't here. And so are the 85% of the school parents that we surveyed. We sent the survey out to the Board of Ed. It was anonymous, and it had a unique identifier number. And 85%, if you remember, the parents said they wanted it. And so that's why we did it. What was important to me is to find a solution. And I said, and I think Alderman Smith, maybe it was a response to his question, if you give me 20 more police officers, I'll start a traffic safety unit, and we'll get those numbers up. We'll never get the kind of enforcement we have here, never. But we can probably have 5 officers a shift, and they can attack 5 different streets. Not all these streets, not all these schools, and they can probably hit about 10 violations, 10 to 12 violations a day, not hundreds. So if you want to give me that 20, it's $6 million. I agree with these people. I'm fine with you if you want to move the speed camera program and go to this traffic safety unit and give me the tools that I need. Give me the radars, give me the police cars, give me the officers. It's $6 million. But my commitment.
Let's give the chief some courtesy and some respect till he's finished talking. Thank you.
But my commitment, as long as I'm here, is to try to make you safe and try to respond to the people's complaints. One thing I've learned, unfortunately, is you just can't make everybody happy. And we try, but people aren't happy with the level of traffic enforcement. So we looked at the data on the speed cameras. And what we saw from week 1, and somebody said, well, question the methodology. Here's the methodology. It's really simple. And a lot of people have FOIA'd it, and I think it's great that everybody's asking for this data. I'm really happy to be here to speak, to fill some of these gaps in. You can take the data from each site and the aggregate from week 1 and compare it to week 32, and it'll give you the percentage. And that percentage is about 83%. On Gulf Street, strange enough, northbound, it's 95% compliance rate in just 7 weeks of the program. 95%. It's only, I think, 88% going southbound. Those compliant rates are really high. And it does change behavior. I think, look, some people brought up something that I thought, it has, that I want to just touch on. And I read this in a few other towns as well. Are the speed limits still appropriate? Is 25 miles an hour still appropriate by playgrounds and schools? Is 25 miles an hour still appropriate on Woodruff Road? Are these appropriate speeds? I don't decide that. You decide that. The Board of Police Commissioners, as a local traffic authority, assigns that. You can have these studies done. You can request it. And anyone here can request it. We'll do it. We'll send traffic. It'll take us about 6 to 9 months, if not longer. We'll do the studies. But I think you know what's going to happen. And there'll be a different crowd of people that'll show up. But that's their decision, the Board of Police Commissioners, and that's your decision. If you want to go ahead and change the speed limits. One of the things we did is we started with 10 miles an hour over, which is the statute, went to 11 because we started to see a lot of people at 35, at 40, 36, 46, and we said, so let's try to at least eliminate that. But the tickets are way down. When you look at what we do compared to Fairfield, our violations are far below what they're seeing. People in Milford are doing a much better job of obeying traffic laws. And now they're doing a great job. And so we sent this video to try to thank them. I know that a lot of people didn't like it, but that's where we are with speed cameras. Just to go over another important matter is, well, when I started this, if you look at my strategic plan, I didn't even know what Flock was. I didn't know what Ultimate was. We looked at different vendors. I didn't realize that Flock and Ultimate have a relationship, a partnership, but it doesn't matter in Connecticut because these are separate issues. LPRs and security cameras are here, and speed cameras are here. The revenues for speed cameras go to the city. It can be used, what I told you, has nothing to do. It doesn't pay for anything on the Flock side, on the LPR side. They're completely separate. Flock cameras don't measure speed. Speed cameras don't record or don't alert us, even if you're in a stolen car, even if you committed murder, even if you executed somebody in their home. It doesn't let us know that. The only thing that does is it's scanning when it's triggered by the threshold, by the red light, by the speed, and it takes a picture. And that picture is sent to us, and I have police officers that look at it and they match, because all you can see, you can't see into the car. I could show you the video. I could show you the pictures. Come see me, anyone, I'll gladly show you what they look like. It shows the plate, and you see the back of the plate, and then you measure that. You look at, there's a video attached that shows the speed. There's the calibration that's done daily. There's an annual calibration, physical calibration, where they pull the cameras down. As the gentleman mentioned, it's correct. That was done in May. It'll be done next May. But every day it goes through this calibration. Similar to what a lot of your systems do. They go through an internal calibration. So as long as all those things work, then it goes out. And what I thought was better about this program than having police officers give you tickets, because if a police officer gives you a ticket, it's going to be a lot more expensive, and it's going to put points on your license, and it's going to go raise your insurance. These are civil fines, so they were less. You know, I agree the fines are pretty high, and I have trouble with my own officers because they don't want to give them out because they're so high. And so we'll put that aside. So let's talk about the video cameras. After 9/11, the federal government gave us, all the municipalities, after 9/11, the federal government provided municipalities with grant funds, opportunity for grant funds, to put cameras in public spaces. And I wrote the grant way back then. And most communities, that's why you have hundreds of cameras in New Haven and Bridgeport and places, because the federal government gave us money to do that, and we put them where you wanted. We put them at major intersections. We put them all by the mall. We put them by our parks and our beaches and behind the library and at the court and 4 down here in Milford Center, because that was important to people at the time. And it was all about, we want a cop in every corner. And as I said, we can't have a cop in every corner, but we can use video technology to put eyes on every corner. If you want to give me a cop in every corner, we can even increase that number and that amount. But let's be realistic, we can't do that, or you can't do that. So we started to, those systems started to become obsolete. I think, I may be wrong, and I got to fact check this. I think it was Mayor Blake who put money into a second iteration of those cameras. And let me go back to when this happened. You were on the board of Aldermen at the time, and I promised people at this podium, I think it was at the table, that nobody else would see those cameras but the police department. The rec department wanted them, City Hall wanted them. Mayor, you know, I told you, no one's getting those cameras, because those are law enforcement cameras. Those are security cameras. I don't know what anybody else is going to do with them, but I know what we're going to do with them, and I know that we have strict oversight. Ask Danny Worrell when he wanted the cameras. In fact, I found out that housing authority on Viscount Drive had the camera on the beach. And I can show you the letter. I sent them a letter and saying that I'm turning that camera off, I'm taking it down. You don't get to see that. So I do understand what they're saying. I'm a citizen too, and I'm concerned as well. Oversight's really important. This is powerful stuff. It has been since we put this in the early 2000s. It needs to be managed and it needs to be controlled. And it needs to be used for its intended purpose. And so we put those in. And so I've been trying for many years to try to get those camera systems replaced. And so I was able to do that. Mayor Giannatasio came up with this plan to bond it. But he also, as part of those cameras, also were LPRs. Let me explain why we went to LPRs before I explain what they do and try to fill some of the blanks in. We've had LPRs for years, they were in cars. We've had LPRs for years, they were in cars. And when they started, if you remember, if you've been around for a while, in the beginning, we also had them tied into a motor vehicle. So when your license was expired or your tag was expired or you're suspended, we would know and pull you over. And that was just, you'd be surprised how often that happened. So we got rid of those, but we got involved in the fixed LPR space really late. Stratford, Fairfield, Bridgeport, go all the way down the line. Orange, West Haven, New Haven, keep going. Go up 91. And so we watched what was happening with LPRs, license plate readers. But I wanted to know more about them. So I took years, my staff knows, I was very reluctant to get involved with LPRs. But here's what I started seeing. I started seeing how effective they were. And for every story that you get on your feed about people misusing them and mistakes that were made and things that shouldn't have happened, that fortunately I can talk about where there have been guardrails to address those things, those real things that you folks talked about. And so I started looking at how successful they were, and I said, I'm missing the boat here. I need to get I need to look towards the future. But we still didn't get LPRs. In my report, in my plan for 2024, I only wanted 6. But then I realized that, like the gentleman mentioned, the Marine had a lot of good things to say. The second, actually both Marines had a lot of good things to say, but the second Marine had said some things that, he was right. And so we started looking at these programs, and I think what he said was, or someone said, criminals will find out. If you only have them here, they're going to find out and they're going to go around them. They absolutely will, especially with the websites posting all these. Criminals are watching those. And so we strategically looked at them. Where do we put them? And we said, we can't just do 6, because I found out that there's got to be one on one side of the road, one on the other side of the road, because one's grabbing this lane, the other one's grabbing that lane. We wanted to make sure that we hit all the exits and entrances off 95 in the Parkway and the feeder. We wanted to make sure that we hit every entry point to Milford, Stratford, multiple places from West Haven and Orange. And here's why. Because we know, and you've heard me say this before, all the stolen cars, all the car break-ins. Remember, we've woken up and had 24 at a time. And the mayors were, Chief, stop all this. And then we'd get there and they would just drive, they'd run from us, they wouldn't stop. So what we've all learned in law enforcement, is that people that are going to commit crimes are going to steal cars and then go to your town and commit your crimes, your purse snatches, your robberies, your burglaries. They're going to steal plates. They're going to use plates from other cars. Your robberies, your burglaries, your homicides, your pedophiles trying to pick up young 12-year-old girls at the grocery store. And so we can prevent crime. And people that are wanted, that have warrants, and when they're coming into town, I want to know that for them, for all of you, and for everyone that's not here, and the people that hopefully will watch this. That's why we did it. Full stop. It's not a toy. It's not a present. is to try to be more effective to keep people safe. We can disagree on how to do that, but that's where our heart is. And so that's what we did, and so we built out this network. We also looked at that we know that people go down Gulf Street to enter the East Shore. We know that from the data, so that's why we did it. We know that people are, when they come from the valley and they come down Woodruff, and we don't know if they go right or left, so we put one there. So we strategically placed them because we know that, and let me just address the constitutional argument. We're all entitled to our own opinions. But if it was unconstitutional, the Supreme Court would say it's unconstitutional. There'd be hold on. Hold on, let me finish. Hold on, let me finish. Let me finish.
Let the chief finish.
If they were illegal, we wouldn't be able to put those in. The state of Connecticut wouldn't allow us. You wouldn't allow us. And if at some point they rule it's unconstitutional, or there's a federal law or state law passed that bans these, then they all come down, or maybe sooner. But I mean, you know, you can just pick your phone up and Google it if you want. I mean, and ask, is it unconstitutional? Because if it was, we wouldn't be involved in these. And I know there's a case involving private cell phone use that tracks you everywhere you go, private and public spaces. And I'm familiar with that case. I watch those cases. But one of the things that we did when we put these LPRs in is we wanted to make sure that we strategically could defend where they were. So they're not everywhere. So we don't see you going into your driveway or at your school or at your place of worship. We wanted to make sure that the only thing it was doing was taking an image of your license plate as it went by. And the gentleman, again, the second Marine, mentioned that 99.5% of the cars where their plates are red aren't involved in any criminal activity. He's 100% right. It's actually even more. But those plates never come to the attention of law enforcement. We never know. We see in Milford, you can go on and check in the transparency portal, 0.027% of the plates that are red come to the attention of law enforcement. When you factor in searches that we do for reasonable suspicion of a crime, that goes up and you can add another 0.07. So total, you're looking at 1%, little less than 1% of those cars. It never comes to our attention. So why is there a database? One of the gentlemen mentioned, I thought it was really a great statement. So why do you need this database? And this is where we certainly may disagree. The reason for the database is so when a crime happens, a serious crime happens, or you come home and your house has been ransacked, that we can look and somebody says, well, I know there was a white car with the partial plate, so we can go back and look for that. That's how we solve crime. You can give me more police officers, but what tool do I have to look for that car, other than tell police officers at briefing, hey, be on the look for these 50 cars and these partial plates. That's old policing. That's the way it used to be. And we can certainly go back there. And if you want to go back there, then that's how we'll police. We'll certainly go back there. But how safe do you want to be? So let me read you something, and please just indulge me for a second. One of the things that we did when we put this system in place is I put together the strictest policy in Connecticut. This real-time information center you're hearing, the reason we did that was I don't want every officer, like in every other department, to have access to searching. I want just those people in the back room. I would trust them with my life. You should too. The sergeants in charge, the other sergeants out on maternity leave, these are hand-picked people. And they have the credentials and the training, and only they can log in with their two-factor authentication. Only they can log in and do searches. So if somebody needs something, they've got to go to them. And we have a streamline to get to them. So now everybody gets to look at that data. Because I'm aware too that there's been abuses. I mean, look, it's a big country and there's there's 500,000 police officers, but I'm aware that there's been some that have misused the system, and I'm sensitive to that. And the best way that I can provide oversight, I believe, is to make sure, because I can't watch everybody, I do go to sleep, but I got people that can do that, and I required audits. And so we didn't share with anybody. We never intended to share with anybody. And so then the next thing I did was to take what we did here in Milford, because look, everybody else has them, and you don't just stay in Milford, you drive in other towns, and I want you to be safe there too. And so what we did was through the Post Council, through the regulations of the Police Officer Standard and Training Council, we developed a policy that's very restrictive that we mandated to every police department. So they had to follow similar to what we were doing. And then the state legislature took up this issue. And if you want to, I hope you followed, if you didn't, go back and read some of the testimony, look at some of the hearings. It was a very thorough, comprehensive, constructive debate with experts. I was a part of that. I sat at the same table with the ACLU and other groups, and we talked about this. And we talked about what safeguards do we need. I just want to read you something. This is someone's testimony. And I can't read it all, but I'll read what I think is pertinent. Let me just start with, privacy is a fundamental civil liberty and a cornerstone value. Privacy is not a partisan issue, it's a constitutional value. Protecting personal data and limiting surveillance are essential to safeguarding freedom, safety, and equity. All tools of surveillance must be carefully constrained to prevent misuse, abuse, and overreach. And let me just read some other pertinent parts. I thought that was really important, lead paragraph. LPRs can be beneficial when used for law enforcement purposes, such as identifying a vehicle that has been reported stolen, or involved in a crime, or locating a missing person. These activities, when used appropriately and with clear safeguards, are a reasonable use of the technology. But the problem is, without strict use limitations and shorter retention periods, this data can quickly become a tool for broad, ongoing surveillance across our communities. In a society, the core principle of government does not invade people's privacy and collect information about innocent activities. And it further went on to say, there must be strong guardrails around surveillance technology to protect Connecticut residents' personal data and those who access the data. The bill at the time, they changed the number, but the bill at the time was House Bill 5449. And the person's testimony says, House 5449 addresses these concerns by establishing clear guardrails to ensure that this technology is used in Connecticut is used responsibly and with meaningful oversight. This bill prohibits the use of LPR to target people based on protected characteristics, First Amendment activity, immigration enforcement, and investigating or prosecuting people who have sought reproductive care and gender-affirming health care services. One of the most important protections in this bill are the strong limitations on how the data can be shared. Without these safeguards, LPR systems can easily become part of an interconnected surveillance network that allows agencies far beyond Connecticut to access this data. This bill, by requiring that any Connecticut LPR data comply with Connecticut law and place strict requirements from other agencies outside our region. So in other words, our Trust Act and our Safety Act for reproductive rights, it is a law in Connecticut, and it needs to be respected by any department that wants to use that. But it goes even further. Let me just get right down. It talks about things that they've done. The law establishes a private right of action, a civil action against any vendor, any police department, any police officer that violates the provisions of this law. It requires regular audits and usage logs provided and disclosed under Freedom of Information. It requires the Post Council, which we already did, but we're updating, and the Institute of Municipal Policy Management at the University of Connecticut to develop a standardized form to annually report this data. It requires agency to publish annual reports and provide transparency. As you know, we have a transparency portal. And finally, it says, House Bill 5449 preserves legitimate uses of LPR data while creating strong guardrails for data access and sharing. At the time, they were asking for a 7-day retention period. That was changed to 21. And then it goes on further to say, for these reasons, the ACLU of Connecticut supports House Bill 449 and urges the Judiciary Committee to do the same. They did just that. The only change was they added a 21-day retention period from the 30 that we all go to on October 1st. We are actually at 21 now. Somebody mentioned 3 minutes or 7 minutes or whatever it is in New Hampshire. Go next door. In Vermont, it's 18 months. Connecticut's one of 3 states in the country that limits it to 21 days. Others are at 30, 90, 18 months, 3 years.
So can you guarantee the safety of our data?
Let me just, if I could, I have to address them. And one of the things that the law also required some things that I think are important, as did our policy. In Connecticut, you can only share with 3 states: New York, New Jersey, and Rhode Island. We're not sharing with any of them, but you can't. You can't share nationwide, I think was important. The system will not allow you to search for immigration. It would not allow you to search for reproductive rights. It would not allow you to search for anything that violates a First Amendment right. And Connecticut's specific in terms of safeguards. You can't write in what you're going to search for. You're only allowed to search, first of all, for reasonable suspicion, which is a legal standard, and the lawyers in the room know that. You can't do fishing expeditions, and you can only search one of the approved categories. And the only thing outside of crime is training, to train new people, and FOIA. Otherwise, and you've got to put a case number or an event number so we can go back and do that. And that's what Captain Sikorsky does on Monday, checks those to make sure that those people in the back room go ahead and are doing it the way they're supposed to be doing it. And so what our vendor, Flock, has done is disabled federal sharing requests, and they've filtered out immigration searches and reproductive care. So even if you could bypass that, the system won't allow you to do it. So one of the things that we did that we think was real important is our transparency portal. And I know a lot of people were looking at it, and I know, Tristan, are you Tristan? Yeah, I don't think I've ever met you, but I spent a lot of time emailing you back, you know that. He brought something up to our attention that he looks at our transparency portal every day, and Flock had made a change to that transparency portal. He mentioned this, so I want to address it. And when they downloaded the change, it changed ours. And he got a hold of me, and I got a hold of Flock, and I got everybody on the call, and they showed me the error, and they said it would take 24 hours to fix. Those issues in the past regarding whether it be Flock or any LPR data, where Jefferson Sheriff's Department in Texas did a search for someone that had an abortion. It was a self-managed abortion. And what they did, because any department that was part of the national network, it just went out and searched all those systems. It didn't find her car or her in Connecticut. She was ultimately, as I understand, found in Dallas, and Jefferson County, whether it's true or not, said they were trying to check on her welfare because it was self-managed abortion. I don't know if that's true. I wouldn't make a judgment. But that can't happen again, and it can't happen in Connecticut. The law requires that we are a certain distance away from any reproductive health care, any facility that practices or that is involved in reproductive health care or counseling or any type of services. The guardrails are there as much as we can. And so we're at 21-day retention. So how do we know that Flock or Axon or any other LPR vendor is deleting our data? I mean, I can make it simple, but I'm not going to just believe what people tell me to say that any company that is relying on their credibility to make money would be foolish not to adhere to the rules. But if you go on Flock's safety website, you can look at and someone mentioned the SOC 2. I actually got that today, and that's an independent audit. There are CJIS requirements, and this is important. Connecticut Criminal Justice Information Systems run by the FBI. Google that. Take a look at that. I brought it in last time. I didn't bring it again because I threw it out. It's that thick, and it's the FBI's requirements. If you manage criminal justice data, you've got to adhere to all these requirements. Flock has to adhere, like every other company. The data is encrypted and they provide the standard, but I'm not an engineer, so I can't tell you what that standard is, but they provide you with the standard, the code, that it's encrypted when it's going through, as they call a private network. It goes to that network, it goes over to the cloud server. The cloud server is the Amazon AWS government server, the server that local governments use, state governments use, and federal governments use. It has, I know we have some IT people back here, some tech people, and there are additional standards when you're dealing with criminal, not just government information, but criminal history information. The same way we deal with our collect computer and our radio information and whatnot. And so here's how we know, because we can see the data's gone. It was 30, we just switched over to 21 in anticipation of October 1st. We can see that data's gone. One of the things the Connecticut law did, because this all came up in debate in Connecticut as well, in the state. How do we know? So they insisted, in fact, Senator Maroney on Senate Bill 397 was instrumental in making sure that that was in there, on civil penalties, that if that data's mishandled for some reason, there's a civil penalty involved. If Flock or any other vendor misuses public safety data, they can lose their license to manage data. And as much as these companies are worth, realistically, if some hacker with the sophistication could hack into the Amazon government server and get through that encryption code, they would get Keith Mello passing a couple LPRs. They'd see the back of my car, and I'm not important enough that should matter to anybody. And so that's how the data's protected. We can talk more, and I've talked more as we went through this debate in this forum, or not in this forum, in this room, about how Flock and how AWS and Amazon protect information. And I said then, I'll say now, if you don't trust police or you don't trust the government, you don't trust big business, there's probably not a lot that I can do to convince you, other than tell you, this is the best information that we have. We can't build out these systems. We don't have the money, we don't have the capacity, we don't have the engineering. These are tools. If you do away with this, here's what I think will happen. And by the way, and I know somebody's going to FOIA it, and I invite you to it. I'll make it easy because I have it here. We looked at the first 2 years, the last 3 years of crime stats. And we looked at these last 2 years, since 24 and 25, and partially 24, partially 20, all 25, partially 26. And the stats that jumped out, because if it's not working, then it's a waste of money. Solve rates prior to LPRs for robberies were at 30%, solve rates are at 50%. These are small samples. It'll still take years to really qualify these samples. Larcenies, the previous 3 years they were 12, solve rates are at 32%. Shoplifting, we're actually catching these people now, was at around 30%, and it's at 41%. Vehicle thefts have gone way down. 2023, they were 183, and since we've had Flock, they've gone down 103, 113, and then 103. I can't tell you that that's the reason, but we've done a lot with media to let people know that we have these technologies. Because I hope that they choose someplace else to go or just don't commit crime. But here's what I think will happen. I'm giving you my opinion. If we become the only agency in this area, along this 95 corridor, Route 15 corridor, that doesn't have these, and we get rid of them, this will make a lot of news. And the gentleman mentioned, are people going to come to Milford because they know that if they come with a stolen car and a stolen plate, we're not going to catch them because we can't pursue them? I don't know. we would have to wait and find out, but I think it's a reasonable assumption. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions that you have. Oh, let me see if I can hit a couple of these points that people brought up. Oh, by the way, cameras have been in school buses for years, many, many years. I felt 18, 20 years maybe. Mayor Riccitelli was the mayor. We were one of the first to do that.
External or internal?
I'm sorry?
The cameras, are they external of the school bus or internal?
The external for the people running the school buses.
Okay.
Actually, I'm supposed to just talk to them. I've tried to address the best that I could. Yeah. I would never, and my staff would never be involved in tracking people and constitutional violations. And I don't know what will happen in the future on this, but as soon as they tell us, the laws tell us, the courts tell us, if that ever happens, then we just change the landscape and we're done. Thank you.
Alderman Smith Jr.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chief, did you say we could ask you a couple of questions? Did you say we could ask you a couple of questions? Mr. Chairman?
No, this is not the time for that. Sometime in the future, we could arrange, have the chief come in and answer questions. It's because of the hour.
Oh, well, then, because of the hour, I'm going to ask for a motion to open the agenda and have the resolution voted upon by this board for a pause and review of the cameras. And I'd like to make that a motion before this board right now.
Alderman Smith, I need to follow the agenda. The next point on the agenda, the next agenda item is number 6, Mayor's Report and Recommendations. I just want to thank you, Chief, for
There is no 9.
for communicating with the public as much as you could. Try to answer some of their questions and their beliefs and their issues. We're going to go on with the rest of the meeting. Mr. Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will keep it short. Grateful to all the people who came out, waited, and shared their concerns and their thoughts and their encouragements. As someone said, it's an exercise in democracy. And there's no guarantee that democracy gets out early. So here we are. I'll keep my comments short. I want to let you guys know that we did swear in a new fire chief last week, Chief Chris Wakes Norris, who replaced Anthony Fabrizi. We have a new assistant fire chief, Adam Hansen. And we had an event here where we swore them in along with battalion chiefs, captains, lieutenants, and some new firefighters. So it was a nice evening here at City Hall. You may know, and some of you participated in our reading of the Declaration of Independence back on July 8th that we did in concert with other cities around the country. Been out answering questions and sharing what's going on with the city, in the city, with the senior center, did some open house at Cafe Atlantique, spent some time down at the senior center at DeMayo Drive. So got the Milford Youth Council this week where we've gotten some high school and middle school kids involved in local government. They'll spend some time with me and my staff this week. So a lot of other happenings going on, but again, given the hour, don't forget about the annual Sandcastle contest this Saturday. Starts at 10:30, always a fun event. We celebrated the 20th anniversary of the Wildermere Beach Creamery the other day. It's hard to believe it's been 20 years already. I'll leave it at that, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Mr.
Thank you,
Chairman?
Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Chairman, may I call for a brief recess?
Yeah, 5-minute recess. Will the aldermen please take their seats? Thank you. Agenda number 7, there is no unfinished business. Agenda number 8, Alderman Healy.
Agenda item number 8, Board of Aldermen approval is requested per the attached recommendation of the Planning and Zoning Commission dated June 2nd, 2026, pursuant to Connecticut General Statute 8-24 of the statutes for the lease of 68 Stowe Avenue and to authorize the mayor and the city attorney to take all steps necessary, including signing all documents to effectuate said lease.
Second.
As a motion has been made and seconded, is there any discussion? Yes,
Through
Alderman Casey.
yes, thank you. Through I guess like
Wait for your introduction. I'm sorry.
yeah, it's okay. That's okay. I'm sorry. Through that to I guess the mayor because I think that Susan Patrick is not here, but I just like I'm for the thing is my district. So, but I some issues like some people made a mention about it's the last meeting about having like big weddings or like and parking, but I think it's not the purpose of the big weddings. It's like farm market and education programs, and they already have little parking anyway. So it just explain to me, to the people that I can tell my constituents that it's not a big deal, I guess.
Mr. Chairman, through you to Alderman Casey, thank you for the question. Yeah, I was presented with a petition from a lot of the folks in the neighborhood because the rumor got out that the Walnut Beach Association planned to eventually use that property for small wedding, commercial use, small wedding receptions and so forth. And the neighbors were not thrilled about that idea. And so I met with the people in the adjacent home who represented the association and worked with Attorney Burcham, and we modified the lease agreement, and city attorney, huh? Oh, it's on page 2, to exclude those, to prohibit those uses. So the neighbors were happy with it. Susan Patrick was happy with it, and it was one of those stories that it all worked out in the end. So the neighborhood and Dean Fisher, I guess, is the neighbor. They were happy with the resolution.
Excellent. I think it's a good use of the resources, and I appreciate that you answered my question. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you for the question.
Alderman Healy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a comment. I'm definitely in favor of this particular matter. The Stowe Barn, as we've heard this evening, has historic value. Those of us, I represent the 3rd District along with Alderman Casey and Alderman Bannon, and we have a fan club from the 3rd District also, the Chief of Staff 3rd District, the mayor's from the 3rd District. We all know the history of the barn, and we've admired it, and now, after all this time, it's going to be put to public use, and it's going to support the arts and farm markets and other endeavors that are there. After careful consideration and comments that we've heard from the last meeting, everyone has come to an agreement that the mayor said, so I'm looking for a unanimous vote on this one. Thank you.
Any more discussion on the motion? Alderman Smith III.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and through you to the mayor. I do support this as well. I just wanted to clarify for everyone here, the lease is for 25 years. My understanding is that was negotiated down from 50 to 25 years, and 25 years for the lease sounds like a long time, but it's my understanding that that is the minimum needed that they would need for grant writing. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you for that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any more discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Alderman Healy, agenda item number 8B.
Agenda item number 8B, Board of Aldermen approval is requested for the attached resolution grant application for Consolidated Housing and Community Development Plan.
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded. Is there any discussion? Alderman Wynn Smith, Jr.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have voted no on this in the past. I'm going to vote yes on this one here tonight, but I note with some concern that of a $500,000 grant, $140,000 of that is going to administration and salary and program costs. And I just pulled out my calculator. That's about a 28%. So fully 28% of this grant is going to administration. Charities are usually held to a standard of 1% to 3% of their funds being used for administration. And I didn't have the time to go into, how much of a percentage did they take last year, or 5 years ago, or 10 years. But my sense is that 28% is a big number, and my sense is that number is growing. And so I'm going to vote yes on this here tonight, but frankly, I've got at least one more year on this board before people throw me off. And I intend to start monitoring these percentage costs. And if it is rising over time, I'm going to start, not that it matters, right? You guys keep telling me I'm in a minority, my vote doesn't matter here, but I'm going to start voting no, because I really think 28% as administration costs is wrong. That's just wrong.
Any more discussion on the motion? Yes, Alderman Lombardi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, through you. Can you just explain the administrative cost? And I know it's outlined here, but can you explain some of the things that it covers, please? Thank you.
Sure. So the administrative costs do include my salary, do include my benefits. However, that's a very small percentage. Just to take out the $40,000 piece, that's housing administration. That's viewed by HUD separately than administrative costs. So I have to be smart about how I split that money. But most of it goes to, we have a project manager for our residential repairs. We do hire consultants to assist with environmental reviews, and we had hired consultants to help with our 5-year plan. All those costs come out of the administrative budget. Also things like marketing for my programs, for membership to be part of the coalitions in Connecticut that support my program and my work. And it's the supplies, the office supplies, everything. My position is paid fully out of the grant. It's not paid by the city, and it's not in the city's budget. So administratively, my salary and benefits are within that grant. And without putting my salary out there, it's definitely nowhere close to that 20% of the grant for administrative costs.
Thank you.
Alderman Bevan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, through you. And I don't know exactly who can answer this. I'm looking at page 2, and the wording is, whereas the city of Milford is entitled to receive $518,282, and then in parentheses, it has a different number. It's $512,885. Is just an error in the typing, or?
Yes, that is an error. The correct number is $512,885. That is the correct.
Thank you for clarifying that. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any more discussion on the motion? Alderman Smith, Jr.
Not for nothing, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to make a friendly amendment that we then change the wording of the resolution to match the numbers in the parentheses. So I'd like to delete the number what would it be, $18,282, and replace that with $12,885.
Second.
So we have a motion and a second, just to make, we can't have different words and different numbers. They ought to be consistent one way or the other. I deem it to be a friendly amendment.
You making that motion like an amendment?
Motion's been made and seconded, Your Honor.
Amendment's been made and seconded. Is there any discussion on the amendment? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion, amendment passes. On the original motion, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Alderman Healy, agenda item number 8C.
Agenda item 8C, Board of Aldermen approval is requested for the attached resolution re State of Connecticut Early Voting Grant.
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded. Is there any discussion? Alderman Wynne Smith III.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and through you to the board generally. When I spoke to leadership about this at the leadership meeting, I did have some questions for our registrar of voters, and I spoke to our assistant registrar, Deborah Fellenbaum, who spoke to our registrar, Kerry Rowland, just about the funds, how they're being used. So I just wanted to provide that update to the board. My questions were whether the entire sum, the $36,000 and some change, was being used for the early voting expenses for the primary entirely, or whether it was being spread between the primary early expenses and the general election early expenses, and it is being spread between the two of them. It is not being exhausted for the primary, and I would just commend Milford for the voting turnout and getting $36,000, which is well above the $5,000 minimum threshold. So, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Is there any other discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Agenda item number 9, new business. Alderman Smith III.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and through you, I would like to move to add an agenda item. It is a resolution. It was read into the record at public comment. In the resolution, I did hand out to our board members, to the chief of staff. I assume the mayor has it as well. And it is a resolution, and I can read it into the record if it makes it onto the agenda, and it does need a 2/3 vote to do that. But the resolution, in sum, is a resolution to pause and review the camera system in Milford. That includes red light cameras, that includes the license plate reader cameras, and that includes the speed cameras. It is a resolution to pause and review that entire program. And that's a resolution that I move to add to the agenda. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Second.
You're welcome. In order to add a motion to the agenda, we need a 2/3 vote. So, Alderman Bevan?
I'd like to table this, please.
I'm sorry?
I'd like to table this.
Just a quick point of order, Mr. Chairman. I think we'd have to, it can be tabled if it makes it onto the agenda, but I don't believe it's on the agenda. So we'd have to vote to put it on. If it does make it on, then it could be tabled.
Thank you, Mr. Smith.
Alderman Healy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through you, just a comment. The hour is late. We've certainly heard over 3 hours of public testimony that deals with this particular topic. We've listened to the comments of the police chief and entertaining a motion that I just received when I came to this meeting currently, and it does talk about, again, pausing the program, but I think that the message that we received this evening, that I think it would be better off if we added this program to an agenda, the September agenda, without making statements that are within this particular document that I think are a little bit overreach. We've heard what the public had to say, so I would not be in favor of presenting this as a motion, currently, or a resolution.
I myself believe that there's a lot of information that will be gotten from the chief, plus what we heard from the public, which I appreciate. I think there's too much, there's going to be a large discussion, and because of the hour, I think we could bring this up at the September meeting. It deserves that much more time, and at this hour, I think we'll be jipping the resolution and the motion if it's brought up at this point. So I'm gonna ask for a vote to bring it on for this motion to be put up on the agenda. All in favor of putting this motion on the agenda?
Point of order, Mr. Chairman. I
Mr.
think there's some more
Chairman, we
comment.
have people that haven't discussed.
Oh, what was that? Looks like Alderman Casey's, but it must be Alderman Smith Jr.'s.
Two things. I heard Alderman Healy, I don't think the drafters of this resolution are married to this language. If there's language you'd like to add or delete, I think we'd be happy to engage in that right now. If there was something in there that you thought was inappropriate or that you didn't like.
Alderman Healy.
There's language that talks about, that's in here that talks about a complete pause of the entire program that had been acted on previously. And I think that, that language in and of itself, taking that statement out of a complete pause, I think it's premature at this time. I certainly have heard all the information that's been presented by the public and the chief. I think this board, is open to discussing it, further. But this motion as it is, currently, I think that language is a little too strong and getting ahead of ourselves.
Well,
if you'd be willing to redact that pause statement, immediate pause language.
Well, how about we put this on the agenda and then table it until the next aldermanic meeting?
It's up to the board's vote whether you want a two-thirds vote, whether you want to put it on the agenda or not. So I entertain a vote, two-thirds vote. Alderman Smith, the third.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I do believe Alderman Lombardi has some comment as well when it's time. I'm sure everyone is aware, but it is a resolution. It is not an ordinance. And so if the understanding of certain board members is that they want to discuss an ordinance at the September meeting, that can be done at that time. This is to vote on a resolution to submit to the public the position of the Board of Aldermen. The resolution itself is not going to change the underlying ordinance that's in place. But it does allow us to address everyone who came to the meeting. It does allow us to address the camera system in its entirety of the city. It does allow us to address those things within this resolution. So, again, we can absolutely discuss the ordinance at the September meeting, but this is not an ordinance. This is a resolution. So, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Alderman Lombardi, you have a comment?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. One of the most important things that we do as an alderman is that we represent the people. Over the last several months, this issue has come up a lot. I've gotten a lot of emails, I've gotten a lot of phone calls and text messages, I've seen the Facebook post, and I did guess that it would be 3 hours tonight, and I was right. I'm not a betting woman, so I didn't put any money on it, but it was a full 3 hours. I do want to thank everybody who came out and spoke on this, and I also want to thank our police department, especially Chief Mello, for the tremendous amount of work that you put into protecting us every single day. You have a very difficult job, and while I am in support of moving this forward on the agenda, I don't want that to take away from the amount of amazing work that you do for our city. So thank you, Chief Mello. Thank you to the entire police department. I just wanted to reiterate that I am in favor of putting this on the agenda, and that is what I'll speak to. And I'm also in favor of tabling it until the September meeting as well.
Alderman Healy.
I'd like to take a 5-minute recess so that we can confer on the specific language of this resolution. Thank you.
Five-minute recess. Table it. What are you gonna do? We're back off of recess. Alderman Healy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As was witnessed here this evening, and our collective body just debating this particular resolution that Alderman Winsmith Jr. is looking to bring through, the third, rather. There are certain discussions in terms of the resolution, specific language, and so on, but the agreement that I think that we've reached is that this matter certainly requires a comprehensive and further study, and we're taking into consideration all the information that's been brought forward here. So allowing this resolution to be added into the meeting agenda and then tabled will give us the opportunity to take into consideration the comments that the public has made here this evening, as well as our law enforcement professionals, as others have stated here tonight, have spent so much time and effort in protecting the city and providing essential services. And the use of technology should not be feared, but the mechanisms to monitor, control, understand the outcomes, from that will be debated further. So I would be in favor of that.
Who's going to go? Who's going to go? Alderman Smith Jr.? Alderman Smith Jr.
I mean, I hate to be slow, but I don't know what the hell you just said.
You said you were going to move the motion and bring this forward so that this is going to be, after you've made the resolution, it's going to be tabled and it's going to be discussed by this board in a comprehensive way. The motion says, that's here, your resolution says that this will be, studied and a report will be written within 90 days. And then we'll be taking this up, obviously, at a further date to make a substantive decision as to the outcomes that we feel are warranted.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman. It's being voted on to be added to the agenda, and it needs 2/3 for that. Once it is on the agenda, if we wanted to discuss the procedural mechanisms of a motion to table, we can do that. But I think right now we need to just vote on the motion to put it on the agenda.
Does everybody understand that? Right now, we're going to take a vote on putting this on the agenda. All in favor of putting this motion on the agenda?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, so
Just a
it's-
point of order, Mr. Chairman. It's a resolution, so I did move to put it on, but it's to add the resolution to the agenda, just for the minutes.
Okay, you want to,
I think our,
Mr. Chairman,
Alderman Federico.
I move to table this item to our next meeting, September.
Second. Motion is to table this item, and a second. Any discussion? Alderman Smith Jr.
We heard 3 hours of testimony here tonight. This calls for a pause, and then we can study it for 90 days. I do not see any reason to table this. So I don't think we should. I think we should enact this, and then we have 90 days to conduct a thoughtful review.
Alderman Healy.
The resolution as written is comprehensive, and it has issues that talk about a pause of an entire system citywide. And I think that the impact of that, we have protection of the schools relative to active shooter situations and other matters that need to be done. So I'm not in favor of debating it, further this evening, but I'm in favor of tabling it until next month.
So did you make a motion to table it?
Make a motion to table. We did.
And seconded. Any discussion on the table?
We just did.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Roll call vote, Madam Secretary, please.
Alderman Ali,
No.
Alderman Bannon,
Yes.
Alderman Bevan,
Yes.
Alderman Brennan, Alderman Casey,
No.
Alderman Federico,
Yes.
Alderman Fowler,
Nope.
Alderman Healy,
Yes.
Alderman Height,
Yes.
Alderman Lombardi,
No.
Alderman Michael Smith. Yes. Alderman Winthrop Smith Jr. No. Alderman Winthrop Smith III.
No.
Alderman Vitro.
Yes.
8 yes, 6 no.
The vote was 8 yes, 6 no. The motion gets tabled till next month. Alderman Ely. Agenda item number 10.
Agenda item number 10, budget memo transfers. Consideration of the budget memo transfer number 7 and number 8. Funds 1,005 and 2,812 for fiscal year 26.
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Alderman, next on the agenda is refunds. There is none. Go on to agenda number 12, standing committees. Is there any standing committee reports? See none. We'll go on to agenda item number 13, special committee reports. Is there any special committee reports? Seeing none. There is no executive session. Is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
There's a motion to adjourn. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Meeting adjourned.
10 was 14, I mean 14. 10 was unanimous, right?
Yeah.